All right, good evening, everybody. Let me just make sure I've got quality options. I do, so I can say goodbye to this terrible browser. And I'm not gonna lie, I have really been looking forward to playing this again. So as is standard practice, and I am becoming quite aware of the number of people who like watching stuff on YouTube. I'm actually getting a bit of an idea too in terms of the types of games that are picking up on YouTube. So thank you as always. But for those of you who really don't like the preamble at the start while I let people get a chance to come in and see everything live, there'll no more than 10 minutes in terms of gameplay. I'm usually pretty good at keeping to that. I'm usually pretty good at keeping to that rule. Sometimes I go a little bit over, but I don't want to. I don't want to deliberately waste people's time, but as always, this is a live broadcast, which is being archived on YouTube, and that just means sort of speaking to two different audiences sometimes. So, Brace Yourself Games has given me this really wonderful dilemma. Let me read through the screens again. So, welcome to the Brigade. We're excited to have you experience Phantom Brigade and have your help shaping its development during its early access period. During the course of development, some aspects of the game might feel rough, sparse, or buggy. Every month we'll release a major update, which will include bug fixes, new features, and quality of life improvements for players. We appreciate your patience and feedback throughout this process as we work to deliver the most important features and fixes. From the main menu, check out our early access roadmap to see what's coming next for Phantom Brigade. Reach out to us via the Brace Yourself Games Discord community, or read the latest patch notes for the latest changes and known issues. Thank you for joining us on this journey, and we look forward to making Phantom Brigade better and better with your help. Seizure Warning. A very small percentage of people may experience a seizure when exposed to certain visual images, including flashing lights or visual patterns. These seizures may have a variety of symptoms, including lightheadedness, altered vision, eye or face twitching, jerking or shaking of arms or legs, disorientation, confusion, or momentary loss of awareness. Immediately stop playing and consult a doctor if you experience any of these symptoms. If you or any of your relatives have a history of seizures or epilepsy, it is recommended that you consult a doctor before playing. I actually don't know how well that translates to streaming. I mean, presumably the images and visual patterns are going to be the same broadcast as well as playing the game. So it's worth keeping under advisement, I suppose. Let me just take a quick minute here and see if I can adjust my mic stand. So, what I'd like to do just before continuing the game, I'd like to talk a little bit about Brace Yourself Games and the wonderful dilemma that they've given me. So, Brace Yourself is I'd say, reasonably well-known developer. They've done Crypt of the Necrodancer, which also means they did Cadence of Hyrule. They've done Industries of Titan, and they have now recently released Phantom Brigade. Actually, let me just maybe take a second here and see. I feel like I'm missing a really obvious one. I also wanted to talk a little bit about the developers, but I know just because it's the same developer doesn't mean it's the same company, so... yeah, lots of releases on here, but all sort of soundtrack and DLC madness. So I'm also kind of on the verge of sneezing. Hello, Chocolimit. All right, there we go. Now I can commit to the points I was going to try and make. So I'd say a fairly well-known studio, and thank you, Chocolimit. I hope you're doing well. The reason why I wanted to talk about them a little bit was there's also a couple of other interesting developments that aren't at all related to the games necessarily. Well, no, they are related to the games, but maybe not in the sense of playing them. So as I was mentioning, the first the first I guess big bit of information is that they've given me a wonderful little dilemma in the sense that they have given me a press key for Industries of Titan, which is currently available in early access on Epic. I believe if you absolutely must play a game on Steam, I believe it will be released on Steam in 2021. And Phantom Brigade is also following in a similar pattern, where the early access period, where you get to have sort of your hand in shaping the game, that is currently on Epic, although I do notice that there is a listing for Phantom Brigade on Steam with a to be determined under the release date. So it looks like they are committed to bringing it to Steam, which maybe isn't necessarily the most surprising thing in the world, but obviously you don't want to... I guess the biggest thing is that you don't want to sort of announce stuff for people on their behalf, right? Unless they actually put it on there, it's not my business to say when or if they're going to be putting it on a platform, because I don't know. And I think a lot of the frustration that people have been expressing is sort of based on what their assumptions about a developer's behavior is going to be, rather than necessarily anything that the developer is committed to. So that's the best that I can tell on here. Honestly, I'm quite happy with the Epic Store. But in addition to the fact that they've given me this wonderful dilemma between two excellent games, I will be getting back to Industries of Titan, but I noticed that there's going to be a new patch, I think in about 6 days. So I'll admit I've been enjoying a little bit of time on my own with that game, but I will jump back onto broadcasting that with the new patch, so we don't lose any save material. But the reason I wanted to talk about Brace Yourself is its founder, Ryan Clark, and I'm not 100% sure what his role is in terms of the credits. I think it's under help. So there's the core development team, and Ryan Clark is the executive producer and additional design credit. So he is responsible for a couple of really interesting series, either on YouTube or on Twitch. If you follow the Brace Yourself Twitch account or YouTube account, he does this thing called the Clark Tank, and it's sort of built this community around analyzing trends in independent game development. He's someone who's been at this for a while, and he's been very successful at it. And so I am not a game developer, but I find the business of this stuff very interesting. And what I think, there's two things that I think are very interesting about Ryan Clark's presentations. On Clark Tank, he does play new releases, but it's interesting to see someone who makes a living doing this. I mean, basically, he's not just responsible for himself anymore, but sort of the functioning of a studio, which employs other people and who are relying on, on kind of the ongoing employment to keep themselves fed. How you doing, Angry Cat? It's interesting to sort of see the mindset for someone with that level of responsibility and how they approach game development. Now, this doesn't mean that other people aren't necessarily concerned about financial success, but it is, I think Ryan's presentation has been very good at sort of systematically breaking down factors of success. And I actually think what is also interesting about those broadcasts are when he identifies games that don't necessarily fit this particular model that he talks about very well. So it's also kind of neat where people aren't necessarily trying to become messiahs, but if you find something that works for you, there's a very dangerous tendency to generalize a little too eagerly, or to sort of take this as being the only way. And I think Ryan takes... sorry, I'm saying first names. I do not know the man, but it feels weird to say someone's first and last name each time. What's interesting about Clark Tank is you get to see live someone who, is responsible for a fairly successful independent studio look at the marketplace and talk about it, and talk about how it fits in their particular way of thinking about games. And the reason why I wanted to mention this now is that on the YouTube channel, the Clark Tank now has, Clark Tank Deep Dive. And this is sort of a pre-recorded, like a prepared presentation, and the first two videos, the sequel has now been released. This series is specifically on making kind of hooky games. This is sort of the idea that that sort of drives a lot of Brace Yourself's development, it feels like. And so, for those of you who are a bit like me, where, maybe, I mean, some of you may be game designers, but if you're a bit like me and you are just really interested in how the sausage is made, or how, developers think about what they do, I'd really recommend checking out Brace Yourself. And as it is, I did join the Discord because of Phantom Brigade, but it does turn out that there's a pretty active little section that talks about game development and the Clark Tank episodes, some people sharing data and whatnot. So it's really interesting to see a developer. I also have a special fondness for Brace Yourself because they're from Vancouver, and I so terribly miss that city. So Canadian developer, again, seemed to be a really interesting studio. It's interesting to see them be so open in terms of what they think makes a successful game. And then on top of that, they have made Phantom Brigade, which, again, I was given a press key for, so keep that in mind. But I am not kidding you when I say this game is incredible. Since I finished playing it last broadcast, I have been waiting to get back to playing this thing. This has been the longest week. So let's load in. It was a little longer than 10 minutes, but I don't know. I wanted to take a minute and let you know that there's an interesting company behind this game, and if you would like to know what they think about making games, that is available to you now. I don't remember seeing this screen, so let's go to the world, and then we'll go back to the base and see. There we go. So what is this thing? This is a very cinematic turn-based tactics game. Oh yes, actually, one other thing I wanted to mention very briefly. By joining the Discord, I did learn, probably for me, one of the more repeated questions I had during the game, which was, will there be a replay function? And yes, there will be a replay function. I believe, I don't think that was officially from the developer, but I think someone who had apparently heard the developer talk about the game otherwise, was that replay was not considered essential to, it was not kind of considered essential to the very first release of the game, which I think is a completely fair, sentiment. I would much rather be playing the game that I have right now than maybe have a feature removed so that I could see the replay. But I am very much looking forward to sort of amusing myself with my own cleverness at certain tactics. So yeah, it's a visually very impressive game, Angry Cat. And again, actually, if you check out the Clark Tank episodes, there are some talks about sort of what the state of the game should be on going into something like early access like this. But I kind of feel it would be good to let Brace Yourself speak for themselves, rather than me sort of half remember what was said and then mangle the point. So what we're going to be working on is the care and feeding of my mercenaries. One thing, or not mercenaries, but my pilots. Now, one thing I did find kind of interesting is it looks like the fatigue was increasing no matter what. So I would be kind of interested in seeing what's going on with that. Right now, I don't think I have any pilots that are level 2 or anything like that, although Kilo and Tango have more combat experience than Polaris and Foxtrot, and Polaris and Foxtrot have a little bit more... they've a little more mileage as far as fatigue is concerned, so I've put them in for now. Now, one thing that I've kind of ignored for the last little while is the sort of the repair and customization, and it's just this is me not being a very good broadcaster, I think, in the sense that I kind of took a look at a couple of things in the customization. I was like, you know what, this is more difficult than I want to deal with right now. Oh, there's the inventory. Okay, so there is a purpose for this. So we've got a whole bunch of parts, right? Nox H, Erebus M, Nox M. And it does, so it's not even necessarily the case that the game has done a bad job of presenting the information to me. If you look in sort of the bottom right corner, you have, a bunch of different measures and whatnot. I'm not 100% sure how I find out well, maybe if I left click... Yeah, so it'll tell me integrity, barrier, power. It'll tell me a bunch of stuff. But I'll admit, the tactical part of the game is actually so fun that I really don't want to spend a whole lot of time building mechs, and instead I want I want to just jump into the next. I just want to jump into the next experience. I will note, however, that I can build a unit. So it says unit build, frame, and standard issue parts. I think what I'm doing right now is I'm working my way up to some scrap. I want to try and get some more units to put on the field. And then what I think I'm going to do is once I feel comfortable with I'm basically paying up to be able to ignore the construction parts. And then I think once I've kind of got a full squad ready to go, I might switch over to building some empty frames and customizing from that way. Now, I was going to talk a little bit about how the game works. Right now we're in the strategic layer, so this is going to run a little bit like XCOM, and again, another beautiful, beautiful looking game. I believe we are currently salvaging in the outpost. We're also doing the repairs, so we're going to be here for about 5 hours, game time, of course. Although if I keep talking, maybe we'll be here 5 hours otherwise. And this game's given me a little bit of a dilemma. So we've got a few things that we can do here. So we've got a somewhat weak farm. We've got a patrol squad. We've got a village. There's a few things that I could do to try and handle this. I could move up to the patrol squad. Now, if I take a look at my radar, basically that's going to cover me all the way up to here. The catch is that let's say I do patrol squad, then I do the farm, then I move over to the village. This whole area here might have stuff, but I'll never know because I haven't checked it out. The problem is I'm actually not sure if I have any better way of managing that. There may also be an argument for me to say that, you know what, I'll go to the farm, yeah, it's 2 pips, then I go to the patrol squad, and then we go to the harder village. Oh, actually, hang on. There is another consideration, which is 3+ for Fireland. Yeah, so we definitely want to go to the west. So yeah, at the moment I'm kind of debating, do I want to hit the patrol squad and then we move on to the farm, or do I want to go to the farm and then hit the patrol squad? And I actually don't have a good answer one way or the other. Right, so the red banners are indicating the bad guys. I think I'm actually gonna just voluntarily head, there we go. So we will pick up the hidden workshop cache. So again, this is the sort of thing where this is probably most familiar to XCOM, although of course Frozen Synapse did also introduce sort of a strategic layer as well. But this is going to be how you go from sort of point A to point B. This is going to be how you maintain your squad. You've got fatigue, you've got customization. I'm sure a lot of those systems will also be developed and improved on as the game progresses. But the real heart of this game is the tactics. So your recon says that this place is defended. You'll need to take it by force if you want anything out of there. So the couple of I believe they say, I don't think they ever call them mechs in this. The unit I have is the Selipnir. I'm not 100% sure how to pronounce that, but I do now know that it's an 8-legged horse. So this guy has got a big shield and has got a shotgun and just generally ruins your day by avoiding damage and dealing out a heavy amount. And then, oh, my apologies. The Foxtrot is the one with the shield, and the... Oh, hang on, these are... Okay, the Lance is the one with the shield. The Selipnir is my sort of run and gun. It's got 2 weapons. It's got sort of a medium range rifle and then sort of a short range attack as well. And really, I tend to like having this guy sort of zipping all over the place. And then if I can, I'll have the Lance sort of sit down and either distract or serve as cover. So anyways, best not to babble on about it. I'll just show you what it looks like. Starting combat, this is the point of no return. Make sure that your squad is properly outfitted. Continuing would start the combat encounter. Well, again, I'm not focusing too much on building up my my units. Decelerating. Let's flank and finish them off. So here's the game. Middle mouse button to sort of look around the map. Wonderfully rendered world and Unreal Engine 4. I believe that is used in both. Industries of Titan and Phantom Brigade, and of course, I believe their costs for the engine will be offset in the portion that they pay to Epic for the revenue, like the store fee. I believe the licenses paid, licensing fees are also counted in terms of Epic's take. And then actually, on the odd chance that you happen to be an expert on this stuff, I remember that they were thinking, I think they were looking for some kind of a technologist. I think they're evaluating like the tools that they're using to build their games. So that's why you want to follow these accounts. So if you happen to be good at something, you can help them make awesome games. But we're here to play these awesome games. So here's the enemy. The premise behind this game is that you've got an AI in your unit that's going to give you a perfect 5-second prediction into the future. So this works a little bit like kind of a playhead for either video or I always think of a non-linear editing system like Final Cut Pro when I look at this. And one touch I really like is how the sort of the imperfections of the lens start creeping in around the edge. And there's two spots of it. One is I kind of like I just recently watched the TV series Devs. So the imperfections through through their tool for some reason reminded me of that. But also I just usually really like it when camera stuff winds up inside games. So we know that the enemy is going to be barreling through. They're going to go single file. So this is clearly a kung fu movie. They got a couple of shields on them, so I believe they have the option of defending, although I've never seen them actually take it. And if you want, you can actually see what they're... Oh, yeah, that's an attack. If you want, you can actually see specifically the actions they're taking, like you can. Although usually just looking at the sort of the battlefield will give you an idea of what's going on. So essentially, what I need to worry about here is at the okay, starting at the 1.5 second mark. This unit behind here is going to fire, and they're going to be targeting my my lance. And then when they get closer, the front unit is also going to target the lance. So there's a few things that I can do to sort of push things to my advantage. I could maybe try and move my... I could try... Or sorry, not my lance. My lance is the one with the shield. I could try and run the lance forward. I'll call it by the pilot name, Foxtrot. So I could move Foxtrot up and put up the shield, but why would I want to ding the shield on something that's very easy for me to avoid? One thing that would be ideal for me is if I can get the more survivable of the two mechs in a position to sort of take them on the shield. And then if I can do something to get Polaris into a great little position, ideally to flank, but that might be a little too much to ask for. So to begin with, I'm going to start with Foxtrot. I'm going to run, and I mostly just want to see how far I can go. So it looks like we can get about here by the end. Now, I do have the option of kind of going this way. The reason why I don't find this an attractive option is I'm either going to have to backtrack and move up, or I'm going to have to go all the way around, and if they kind of continue with their momentum, I'm basically going to be traveling the same distance to catch up with them. So I'm sort of committing myself to this side of the battlefield, but on the other hand, this is the sort of unit where I want to do that kind of commitment. If I wanted, I also have the option of putting up my shield. I could also fire a weapon, but as you can see, there's no threat to this guy whatsoever. So in this case, I'll just do a standard move and carry on. Now Polaris is in danger of being attacked. So let's say that I'm most interested in flanks. Let's try and get her on this hill over here. If I were to move, would I be damaged? So again, I can just take a look at what's going to happen over time. So I'll go top down. So we don't necessarily need to see what unit is attacking. So it looks like they hit the building. It's a close call. But yeah, we're covered by buildings the entire way. So that's interesting. I will admit I'm a bit spoiled from what was it called? Frozen Synapse and Frozen Cortex, because I'm sort of used to just grabbing the endpoints of things and moving them along. I don't believe you can do that in this game. But you can just cancel and move on. So I was going to say, okay, so maybe I'm not interested in trying to move over to the side here. Like, let's say I say, okay, so I get on this hill. What would I do after I get on the hill? I run through the middle. Oh, it doesn't look like it's letting me do that. Okay, so the big thing here is that I can walk through it. Maybe I don't like that. Maybe I want to kind of go all in on this, on committing my people to this side. Now, this doesn't really fall in line with the flanking idea. Is there a cost for me making that decision? Well, again, we've got at least a little bit of a building to... Actually, no, sorry, I've got 2 sets of building to protect me. The real drawback, of course, is that they now have the option of chasing me down and shooting at me. And I believe they will take that option. So this is a lot of unpacking, which might be unnecessary. But what I'm going to do is I'll set myself up on the edge. It does also mean that probably I'm not going to be able to do all that much next turn either. But I sort of want to get myself into a better position for the next round so that we can really take advantage of buildings while also firing at them. And as it says here, cash assault, eliminate all hostiles to secure the supplies. No reinforcements are expected at this time. So this should be a pretty standard mission. So as you can see, not a scratch. But you did get a bit of an idea of what you're looking at. Now, what I'm most interested in is what the enemy's reply next turn is. So first thing I want to know is who are they attacking? So the unit on point is shooting at me, and the unit from behind is shooting at the lance. So I actually get some options. Let's take a minute here and say, so it's at the end. So what I kind of want to do is I want to get line of sight on this guy, but I want to avoid line of sight with his companion. Now, one thing I should mention is that you can put an attack on your timeline. It'll give you a little ring in terms of your ideal spots to hit. So it's fairly close for me. What I'm really looking to do is something like I forgot that it lets you do this. So if this would be tempting, right? But I get caught. So maybe what I want to do is run up like that. Okay, still get tagged. So I'll wait the duration of the attack. Actually, I mean, there's nothing really to stop me from just putting up the shield in case something goes wrong. Gives me a chance to show it off. And then I'm going to assign a weight. Now, this is a neat way of handling the weight. So instead of just directly putting it on the timeline, you basically face the direction that you want to weight, and then you sort of drag it out until you hit the time that you were looking for. So in this case here, I'm just sort of running out the clock on this attack. Okay. And then the last step is going to be to get into position and hopefully own this guy. So the real drawback here is that I'm opening myself up to an attack because I haven't actually completed the move yet. But I mean, it's not perfect, but it gets me done for this turn, and then I can always sort of run back if I feel threatened. Actually, I can also sort of start running back now, although that doesn't necessarily get me anything. So I'm actually going to start. I'm going to start a move so that I can kind of go around the edge and play. Maybe it won't let me go that far. Yeah, okay. I think the next move will actually be to try and push forward behind this this building. So again, fairly simple move for my lance, but I'm just trying to get it in a position where it's somewhat protected. Interesting. Sorry, just getting a bit of a read on the current situation. Okay, so if I just run in and try and hit one of these guys in the back. So this is very tempting. The other alternative is we get this guy in a crossfire at the end of the turn. But there's something nice and bold about moving like this. So first thing we want to do, let's say I want to do a nice big bold running move so that we're kind of taking him on both sides. In this case, I just happen to be in the way of this building, so some nice cover. And now the question is going to be, if I want to shoot them, obviously if they're shooting at me, I can't... if I'm taking advantage of the cover, I can't very well turn around and say, yeah, but it should count for me because I've, clean living and all that. Okay, so we'll again apply the same logic. So we start just a little prematurely, so I can maybe move that up a bit. So admittedly, there is a temptation to get the guy in the back, the other guy in the back, but I think something about being able to really mess with this one unit and then try and do some hit and runs after the fact. That appeals to me a little bit more than just kind of engaging them in a front-on fight, especially given the fact that they have some shields. So I also believe that you can do more damage to a pilot if you attack them in the back. So let's see how the plan works, and this time I'm going to make sure that I have an appropriately photogenic angle so that you can see all the fun. Oh, looks like I got tagged by something. So that guy got hit right in the front. It does look like I took a little damage, and actually it wasn't on the shield, but that's life. So if he completes his attack, no consequences for him. However, there is going to be retaliation. And then it looks like the other guy is a bit annoyed about the fact that I snuck around and hit their comrade. So, my answer for that, I am going to wait out the duration of the attack. Oh, is it not going to let me... It's about as close as it's going to let me get. Fair enough. So then I move around the side. Alright. That's a little inconvenient for me, so let's try moving... I'm going to try and get a little distance. Okay. It's not exactly in the back, but... There we go. And I actually still have some time left over, so I will hold for the duration of the attack, because that's pretty much ideal as far as range is concerned. And this might seem weird, but I'm actually going to run back to the building, because what this lets me do, there is the danger that both of them sort of turn around and start chasing this unit down. But this guy's worked himself into a position now that if he turns around to attack this unit, this guy is going to be there to hit him in the back with a shotgun. So the question for this guy right now, I'm finishing my shotgun moves. So let's pretend for a minute here that I want to wait the duration of the attack. This probably will not be conducive to a long and happy life. So if I sneak around the edge here like this. Okay, there's some possibilities here. Having learned my lesson, I am going to put up the shield. Now, one thing, so there is an interesting question you might ask, which is to say, well, you know, why don't you just, like, even if there's the possibility, right? So, you know, it seemed like the bullets kind of went over and hit your lance. Why don't you just constantly fire? Because, you know, even on that, you know, 1% chance, you know, maybe you'll do something really amazing. The reason for that is heat. So you can take a look at my unit here. So they finish shooting. They're about halfway. Cools down, and I've kind of got a fresh attack. I think if you try 2 attacks in a row, you start overheating and you take damage. So it is D-Pain. You didn't realize this game would come out. Yeah, it's an early access on the Epic Store. You've actually given me a great excuse to sell it. So if you guys do buy using that affiliate link, not only are you supporting Brace Yourself Games, which I think is a wonderful reason to buy the game in the first place, but if you use that affiliate link, it will put a little money in my pocket. I get a small percentage off of that. Also, if you don't want to use the affiliate link, you can just type in System Chalk under the creator code at checkout. That also applies if you buy your Fortnite V-Bucks, which I am rather surprised at how many of you are buying that. A lot of you seem to like Fortnite, which makes me want to give it a try. But I really don't think that game is for me. I don't think I will be any good at battle royales. But I learn something every day whenever I look at metrics. For those of you who don't know him, now that I've got the pecuniary duties out of the way, we've got It Is D-Pain, who was very kind to, with Apocalypse, very kind enough to invite me to their podcast. I call it the Pointless Podcast, but is in fact the Pointless Discourse podcast, to incredibly friendly streamers. And I actually feel a little bit bad because I tend to chat a bit more in Apocalypse's channel, but It Is D-Pain has a rather good taste in science fiction movies. He's very eager to see Dune. Oh, this guy's definitely going to shoot me through this wall. That shield was the right move. But yeah, in addition to having a very classy taste of science fiction movie, he is just overall a very friendly and cool guy. So if you are looking for a new broadcaster to watch, first of all, what did I do to offend you? And 2, he is very, very much worth your time. Okay, so this is not an ideal attack because I do wind up getting a little bit closer, but I do get to kind of stand on the location and let out my barbaric yop. Let me see. So if I try and do another attack, I'm pretty sure I overheat. Oh yeah, that's a lot of overheating. Okay. So at least start with an attack. It may be, see, it says inactive here. So I might be overcommitting. What if I... That guy's not that far out of my range. So again, I'm gonna move outside the realm of heat. Okay, now that's a little too far away, but I will hop off my perch. I'm mostly doing that because I can, and I think it'll look cool. So, are you playing the cutting-edge turn-based strategy, and you are playing cutting-edge turn-based strategy, and here you are playing Vampire Bloodlines? I've never played that game. And next time you get to jump from the... Yes, exactly. It turns out I'm actually doing the jump this turn. But anyways, I've probably made enough of a meal out of this one. Let's watch the magic happen. Okay, so what's happening with this guy? Is he ejecting? Yep, he is not. He's not able to do anything anymore, so he is not a threat to me. Oh crap! Looks like I am gonna get some overheating damage. I got greedy just because I didn't see the overheat before. All right. Well, he's actually so this is actually a particularly costly blunder. For me, because I'm also not going to be able to chase them down. So here's what I'm going to do instead. I'm gonna sort of right myself as far as the positioning goes. Now, this is going to be the unit that is trying to attack me, and it looks like they basically stand in place around this part of the timeline. So that basically means I either get free shots on them while they're getting into position, or it gives me a chance to sort of hide. So the attack doesn't happen until right around here. So first thing I get to do is I've got my secondary weapon, which is closer. So now, of course, I can sort of map the path, and it turns out that this is basically a perfect shot as I'm running by. So open up like that, run by. This guy doesn't do anything, and then when he's done his attack, I'll be able to sort of move around. In fact, I'm going to get a little greedy on this. I'm going to get myself into position for sort of the retaliation. I may wind up regretting this depending on how close into the building it is, but it looks like there's going to be sort of two big walls. So the next question now is, given what I know is happening with Polaris, given that we know this guy's taken off the board, my unit will be cooled down in time for another action. So if I move my lance, am I going to be able to pop off another good shot? I think it's a little too close to the wall. It might work. I'm confident enough to see where this is going. I'm also going to be interested just to see the number that pops up on the lance here, just to see what kind of damage he takes for overheating. Doesn't that look cool? Didn't you wind up as the Nosferatu vampire in his D-Pain? Okay, so this guy takes his shot, but he doesn't do anything else afterwards. So this gives me an opportunity. Oh, that apparently still counts as a collision. So I wonder if there's a gentle way for me to not... Okay. There's apparently no gentle way for me to get around the edge. So this is going to look incredibly clowny, but I'm actually going to walk right in front of this guy. I'm going to go around the edge. It's not like a perfect flank, but partly just oh, looks like there is... I thought I was getting close. Give him a wide berth. Yeah, so this is going to be a little silly, and I'm gonna give him a nice mocking shield, just in case. Ooh, don't. He's crazy, man. Don't do it. And then what we're gonna do here is we will wait out the turn for the duration of the attack. And the real challenge here is actually going to be avoiding hitting my own guy once I'm in position. So actually, I need a little more distance away. So that would be ideal. That's maybe a bit far, but I don't need to get too neurotic about it. Yeah, and that's a problem. So I'm just gonna delay the attack a little bit, and that will almost certainly wrap up this. That'll almost certainly wrap up this combat. Oh, I got tagged again. Okay, so this guy is going to stumble forward, wait, and eject. Absolutely no reason for me to do anything else. We'll just watch them surrender. And we have a bunch of delicious scrap to take home. Time to check the backlog and find out what. Sorry, I think I missed. I think I missed out on the reference. It is D-Pain. So I hope you guys found that interesting. That was definitely an easier. That was an easier one. Some of my favorites have definitely been when the action is in a little bit more of an open area, because there have been some really neat little bits where we catch people inside of a crossfire. So 30 seconds real time. We took 215 damage. Inflicted 1,213, no units lost, no subsystems detected on site, 41 actions planned, traveled about half a kilometer, no enemy units destroyed, no parts detected on the other side. We gained 36 supplies. We'll do the breakdown. So, and it says intact. I'm pretty sure we blew the arms off of both of those. That one definitely is missing. There, that's more like it. But obviously it's nice to have scrap. Oh, gotcha, yeah. I'm pretty sure you got Nosferatu. Maybe I got Nosferatu. And Bronx H. Firewall. Composite shield provides cover for 2 cardinal directions when used. It may be, actually, I will admit, it might be interesting for me to start trying to take some of these things like the firewall and see if I can maybe do light improvements to my my mechs. Okay, equipment modifiers. It looks like some modified equipment has been left here. The internal modifications were fused into the part, which means that we cannot remove them. Usually, as equipment gets modified and improved, its quality and performance will increase. We should take a look and see how the modifier changes this equipment's stats. Who knows what other secrets are hidden around the country? We should survey the province more carefully when we have time. And then salvage, you can dispatch a salvage team to the site and recover any reusable parts and supplies. However, the mobile base will need to remain stationary with them. So we will salvage for 6 hours. Of course, no point in wasting time. So let's grab my folks and repair them. And I'm slightly curious, so we're about even as far as the fatigue. Notice that Kilo and Tango have also increased, so it seems that keeping them out of combat doesn't necessarily prevent the increase of sleepiness. Still not enough to build something new. And it does say that it's locked, so we gotta wait until we're done repairing. Wait a minute, I don't believe that. Repair in progress. Yeah. Both need some repairs. Okay, So we'll wait the 6 hours. I am going to finish just looking at this little tail bit, and then we'll, I think we'll move on the farm. If you're wondering about the story behind this, so that's covered in the tutorial mission. Basically, it seems that this this country has been sort of taken over by an authoritarian group, and that we're sort of fighting this insurgency against them, liberating individual provinces with an ultimate goal of moving on the capital. You've gained enough supplies to build a new mech frame. You can build them in the workshop that is located on the mobile base. Always consider having some spare mech frames and pilots on standby in case you don't have time to repair or lose mechs during combat. So that's exactly why I was waiting on that. Also looks like we got some repairs that we're working on, so we'll do unit build. And it looks like I don't have any options on this. I think it's just making me it's just going to make whatever's available. I'm wondering if you have multiple mechs available, if it'll give you a prompt saying, you know, hey, do you want to do it this way? So what I'm going to do, basically, the reason I started heading out to this part of the map is that there's no natural path for me to check that out. So I'm basically just going to go for the scanner to get to the edge of the border. And then I'll make a move on the farm. So basically from here, we'll kind of carve out a path to the farm, the patrol squad, then the village, and then we'll cross the border. And so essentially we'll have had more or less complete sensor coverage of this region. Whoa! We'll have more or less complete sensor coverage of the region, although I think the mountains will probably go undetected for a little while. Okay, so a little bit of wasted time, but I think still worth trying to get the intel. I will take a quick minute here and just see. So the this is the wrong unit. So I want to see what's going on with this. This is the firewall, so integrity of 400. I could change that with a blue one, so slightly heavier, but otherwise better. And looks like... well, I could just do something totally new and go for a handgun, but I don't. So I guess the question here is, do I think this lance is important enough for me to add a little bit of extra mass for the extra shield? In my opinion, yes. So we'll add that there. And I guess now is as good of a time as any for me to mess around with some of the other details. So when it comes to mass, total mass of a given part or unit affects movement speed, collision outcomes, and available loadout configurations. So I suppose if I go for too much more weight, I'm going to have some difficulty getting this guy in position, and I have been relying on mobility a whole lot. We are currently equipped with an Elbus M, belong to a sturdy but outdated line of industrial equipment. Local production has stopped about 20 years ago, with the Elbrus being phased out in favor of more modern designs. But it remains in active use in civilian operations like mining, logging, and construction. Exceptionally simple to service, it has a reputation of being a reliable workhorse. So presumably the Nox H is the heavier one. Yep, so it's got some more integrity. Produced by the J&I Consortium, Nox series is a heavy line of Walker armor optimized for ease of service and cost-effective mass production. Also looks like the heat is lower. Now, what I find kind of interesting here is that I don't see a major argument to actually give this guy a massive torso. In fact, depending on how effective I think that shield would be, you might make an argument for going for the latest frame that I can get. I will just take a quick look and see. So we've got an Elbrus M here. This is a different Elbrus M with slightly less power, slightly less heat, and a better thruster. I'm a little curious how the thruster works. So I guess Nox L is the light one, produced by the J&I Consortium. Nox series is a lightweight line of Walker armor, optimized for ease of service and cost-effective mass production, lower power, better mass, better heat dissipation, thruster power. Unfortunately, lower max heat. So I still think I wind up ahead if I keep the Elbrus. Yeah, actually, the body that I've got is pretty good so far. Okay. Well, now that I've got a little bit better idea of what I'm looking at, let's say... Okay, so we've got the firewall. We know we're keeping that no matter what. Defense subsystem plating. Ah, okay, that's how the mods work. Cool. I'm currently using this heavy shotgun, so if I wanted, I could equip a better one, and I don't see why not. Lower scatter. So, standard issue fragmentation cannon fires sprays of superheated pellets, imprecise but deadly at close range. Model Maverick, durable and sturdy. Maverick models are effective at outputting considerable sustained damage at the expense of movement. Perfect for heavy units pushing the front line. So, out of curiosity, I should maybe take a look at what my alternatives were. Nothing too exciting, to be honest. So, I guess the last question is arms. I guess the weak part on this one would be if they tried to bang up the... If they tried to bang up the... if they try to bang up the arm carrying the shield, at which point this guy becomes a bit fragile. It does look like there is a slight improvement if I equip it with the Nox M. Slightly better heat dissipation. And given the way he's holding the shield, I am going to guess that it is possible to smack these guys around on their... It's possible to smack these guys around on their arms, so I don't know if I'd want to bring a light. Well, see, that would offset some of the mass, though. So give this guy a skinny arm to hold that shield. You know what, I think I'm just going to go for the better heat dissipation. I don't need to get too fancy about this, so we'll give you the Nox Medium for slightly better heat dissipation. Right arm, I might do the same story. This is the less protected side, so there's less of an argument for me to put the weaker stuff on. So again, slightly better heat dissipation. And finally, the lower body, the legs. So we can give them big, chunky, heavy legs, higher integrity, worse mass and heat dissipation. Are there any strictly better? Okay, so I can give them Nox medium legs for better heat dissipation. Can give them light, but we lose the integrity. All right, so the lance is getting the royal treatment. It looks like, and we might as well commit to a design. So you know what? Blueberry. Yeah. I really hope Isaacson gets to see this one. We're going for a uniform color scheme here. Isaacson knows why I'm picking this. This is a thing of beauty, and I don't care what any of you think. If you don't like it, you can buy the game yourself. All right. So we've done well with the lance. Now that I know how this works, this was actually not nearly as painful as I thought it was going to be. So what I'm going to do now, this one is a real puzzler for me. Because if I think about it, this unit is one that I want to take advantage of a lot of mobility for. But it's also the one that's least protected in the event of them getting caught out, and I have been caught out in the past. So what I'm going to do here, I think, is I'm just going to look for like strict improvements. So for instance, it looks like the spark is, so I currently I've currently got the blast. Is that true? Okay, so it's a heavy handgun, 1.6, 18 to 36. If I give him a medium handgun, 1.8, 27 to 42. So that really changes. That kind of gives me my lower overall. I think that messes around a little bit with how I'm actually operating with this guy. My close range isn't as good, so we'll leave that be for now. Here we've got the burst, the AR-2. So in this case here, I only want to be considering rifles. And slightly better damage per second. Base damage, not so good. So what's the story here? 13. Okay, so advanced auto rifle primarily used by PMCs, characterized by burst fire and trading the number of rounds fired for low heat generation and precision. The Pilgrim model, lightweight Pilgrim models, are designed for mobility and prolonged but weak damage output. Great for distracting and harassing enemies. Off-grids, lightweight equipment focuses... Okay, so if I want something a little bit heavier, we do the standard issue assault rifle widely used by invasion forces, balanced in its offers of range, damage, and rate of fire. Avia's lightweight equipment focuses on quality and accuracy at the expense of damage output and rate of fire. They primarily supply the experimental and spec ops units. Also not so good on the concussive damage, it turns out. I suppose the other alternative is I abandon long range and I go for heavy shotgun. I don't think that's the right move, though. So yeah, I guess the question here is, am I happy enough with this form of attack, or do I want to try something different? And to be completely honest with you, I'm actually quite happy with the idea of firing 5 slightly more powerful shots, even if it means that the overall damage per second is down, because one of the big virtues of this unit is that I get to hide behind cover. So I don't think there's any arms which strictly dominate any of the others. Lower body, yeah, basically everything is a trade-off between mass. Okay, so you know what? I'm going to try something new here. If I can find something that is basically the only negative is integrity, I'll consider switching to light. But if I also have to give up integrity and heat, I don't think I'm quite ready for that. So yeah, so skinny arm. So I'm kind of committing to a particular way of running with this guy now. So if I give it the upper body. So yeah, all of this is just not good enough for heat, in my opinion. So we're going to keep the same body. And given that we've edited their loadout a little bit, let's try and keep the gun. We'll try and keep the gun the same paint scheme. But I want something that looks a little more like camo. Yeah, we'll do Alpine Forest. Oh, that's the item. Go for a darker color on the legs. We'll have a little variety. Yeah, so it's the weapon that's kind of messing with me. Maybe we can do something a little more. Nope. You know what? I said I was going to keep the original look. I'm gonna stick to my word. The head armor has a slightly different look, though. So let's bring you back into the fold. All right, we've got the very important parts done. Most importantly, I actually feel a bit better about. Messing around with the items. Look at that beauty. Okay. No rest for my pilots. We're on our way to the farm to pwn the noobers. I'm ashamed that I attributed the wrong vampire to you at Steepane. You know what? Before I go too far, let's see my new unit. Unit 296, no pilot assigned. Pilot is required to operate any walker, assign an available pilot, or reassign one from another unit. So let's see what we're up with. So this looks very similar to the unit that we just used. So its left item is a medium handgun, right is the AR-1. Okay, cool. So this is the generic kind of unit that we've been wrecking. I am going to do my best to... Okay, so our heat's better. Yeah, okay, I'm going to go... This is definitely going to be one that I go all in on hit and run tactics for. So, again, give you skinny little arms. Oh, I would, but I already used them up. Skinny little legs, then. This is ridiculous. God, I love this look. Okay. Anything I can do? Yeah, there's no strictly dominant items. So the last thing I could think about is, so again, what I need to focus on with this guy is making sure that they stay in, they sort of stay in firing range for the extended period of time. So with that in mind, that's again, this is going to be what I do with my AR-1. So what I want to think about now with my left item is the SAG-01 standard issue handgun, commonly used as backup, a backup weapon for occupying forces. This thing will do 71 damage a second at close range. And the question here is, can I do better than the medium handgun? Actually, the answer is no, because there are no other handguns. So no point in even thinking about it. And until this guy really demonstrates, prowess on the battlefield, I'm gonna mess around a little bit with the kind of the order of things. So Kilo's gonna take the get in there. Okay. Tango gets the lance. And I guess it doesn't really matter if it's Foxtrot or Polaris. I guess Foxtrot was in the attackers. So, of course, now I've only got one pilot sort of in reserve. But the whole point was to get my my crew a little bit more fleshed out. So, we should be ready to take on the farm. Assault. You can attempt to gain control of the structure by mounting an assault with your squad. Suit up. We of course already spent our time. Building the perfect mechs with the best livery. So we will deploy. All right, this is going to be fun because I've never had 3 mechs before. Rebel unit sighted, requesting immediate reinforcements. Let's make this quick. So you can't make it quick if you're requesting reinforcements. You have to wait 4 turns. Okay, so we are up against 2 defenders. One of them is a tank. We do have some decent enough cover. Where's my 3rd unit? I probably made a boo-boo somewhere. All right, I'm gonna have to double check what happened there. But no point in crying about whether or not I get to bring my new toys along. I need to see whether or not I can commit to the strategy I talked about at the start. So the tank. One thing I know about tanks is that they're excellent at long range. So I would like to avoid getting shot as much as possible. So they're shooting into a mountain for starters. Okay, so I'm a little lucky here in the sense that they're just shooting down in this straight column. So effectively, as long as I avoid that, I should be okay. And of course, I have a unit with some speed now. So it should be a fairly straightforward affair to cause some misery for them. This doesn't leave me a lot of cover. On the other hand, I should be able to sort of run away if times get tough. Okay, I want to get a bit of a closer read on what's going on here. Okay, so shoot through the building, shoot through the building, shoot through the building, and I get tagged. Oh, wow. Oh, no, hang on. No, I don't. Because that should be going through the high walls over here. Okay. Unfortunately, I'm way too far away to be effective. This is definitely a very brave... Okay, you know what? Maybe I don't need to do that either. So I'll hide behind my building for a safe period of time. Wait till they get all tuckered out. And what I really want to do is make sure I'm ready for party time. Drat. So not being very agreeable with where and when they're moving. Okay, I think I still go through the building doing that. Well, you know what? I'm just going to get an idea of what the lines look like. Yeah, I really need to be moving that. You know what? I'm going to be honest. I don't see this working. So I'm going to do a positioning round. Let him, again, tucker himself out, shooting at mountains and buildings. And I'll get myself in position for the next round. Although, even then, you know what? I need bold, decisive action. Just run across the battlefield. This guy has got a whole other set of issues. Yeah, so that's the one thing I can't do with them, because the tank is going to be... Tank's going to be looking for blood. Thing is, though, this guy can kind of put all the... can put it all on his shield, so... But, unfortunately, that still doesn't count for a whole lot, so we're still not able to really... We're not really able to inflict any pain. And, I'll be honest, my opportunities aren't that great here. Okay, I'm going to change one last... I'm going to change one last thing. So Kilo's not going to run... So again, let him shoot to the side of a mountain until he gets tired. I'm going to move around the side. This should still give me a sort of an escape route if I need one. But it also gives me an opportunity to give a best reply. Well, I'm a little weirded out why it said that was a 52% chance to hit. That's a little hair-raising, so let's extend the wait just a bit longer. Okay, that's more like it. It's slightly out of position, so let me... You know what? I got to start the attack. I really don't like it when the attacks go over more than one turn. So I think I'm going to accept some loss of accuracy. Okay, so I basically feel a bit better about that positioning overall, because if this guy really wants to force the issue, I still have a building I can, well, sort of run behind. It's a tough one, right? Because his angle is pretty good on me. And if I want to try and hide behind the mountain, I either climb up it or I need to spend a lot of time running around the edge. But again, that's why I got speed. In fact, one of the things that might work a bit better for this unit is if I actually just move straight up like this. So now, one of the objectives that I need to accomplish right now is to make this the less desirable target and instead get my lance in fighting shape. And you know what? I think that's going to be a pretty easy job. I more or less accept that there's going to be damage that this guy takes, but in the perfect world, it's going to be on his shield. And then what I do here is I say probably not worth it, but yeah, there's no way that's going to work. So I'll put up my shield, because there does not seem to be a consequence for me doing that. So as far as I can tell, just sticking your shield up doesn't really do any harm. And the description says shield provides an additional armor pool to the mech. Oh, they do call it mechs. Absorbing directional damage and protecting parts of the unit. Order this unit to deflect incoming attacks with the shield from a specified direction. So let's see how this turn turns out. Again, mostly I'm trying to let the buildings tank the damage for me, and we're going to be setting up for next turn to be able to try and catch the mech in a crossfire and basically dodge the cannon on the tank until we're kind of ready to deal with that nonsense. Okay, so it was a little premature. Okay, so we got a bit of damage in. Now, so looks like they're committed to moving forward, and looks like they're really focused on hurting... It looks like they're really focused on hurting my shield guy, so that is a big opportunity for this unit, conditional on them dealing with the tank. So one good thing about the tank is that they are very much designed... the tanks are very much designed to... how do I put this? They're sort of there to... they're better at long range. In a perfect world, I avoid any damage. Okay, so if I sneak around the building like this, what happens? Okay, it's not terrible. The only thing I don't like about it is that I don't actually get a chance to counterattack. But I suppose the question is, what else am I going to do? So maybe I do something like this. So that gives me an angle on him. Yeah, you know what? I just stand and deliver from the side. So again, I get my options in terms of cover. I can either go back behind the building here. I could also sort of run into this industrial area. And I think by the end of this turn, the tank is actually going to be pretty toasty. Nope, it doesn't have heat. Okay, so I'm reasonably happy with where sort of my rifle unit is. So the dilemma here is I need to find a good way to sort of mitigate the damage or the threat while also getting into position to sort of sneak an attack on their back. So let's say I do something like that. Let's say I set up a shield. Okay, so I'm just going to hide behind my little safety wall. Now the real question is how far I can get. So I could sort of get on the mountain or the hill. Now I'm going to guess it's pretty optimistic for me to think that I'm going to be able to do anything to that tank, but I am interested in seeing, yeah, you know what, there's no world in which I make it around the edge, but I don't need to make it around the edge. I wait. What if I just jump on the building? Now we're thinking with portals. So regrettably, this is going to be something that takes place over more than one turn. But I think once I get up on top, we hit them from both sides, and if I feel like I'm in a compromised position by the end of the turn, I can just throw the shield up. My guess here is that the tank is going to find this guy a very attractive target because he is wide out in the open in the optimal range for the cannon. But we do get to we kind of get to take this unit on both sides. So let's see how it turns out. Got to find a good angle to see all the action. Okay, so a little bit on the... Oh, that's the thing of beauty. Yeah, so a little bit of damage on the shield. Nothing too dramatic, I don't think. Okay, so let's see whether or not my prediction about that tank is right. No, the tank really wants my rifleman. And it looks like... Yeah, so it looks like that enemy mech wasn't too happy about being shot. So... If they're really going to insist on this dance, so I would much prefer to take advantage of a lot of concussive damage to the back of the enemy unit, but not at the expense of putting myself in a bad position for when the reinforcements arrive. So first thing that I want to do here. Ideally, so let me just wait out the duration of my attack, because it seems to me I want to be on the top of the building when... Okay, so if I just hop down... Alright, so they are definitely going to be opening fire on me while I run down. So I'm curious how this works. So apparently I'm going to have my shield up while they're shooting at me. Am I getting this right? And then I suppose the big question is, where do I want to be when the dance is over? So I kind of want to be close enough to be able to smack him with a shotgun blast. And you know what? I think I'm going to avoid any finesse about attacking from behind. I think at this point I'm just gonna give him both barrels. So not an elegant turn, but it does what I want. Okay. So the first half of the round is me dealing with the tank, which is fairly straightforward. I just get on the other side of the building. Again, wait it out. And what I want to be doing is considering where my enemy will be. So I think that's enough time. It's a little misleading, but fair enough. I'll put that down. Again, I'm just kind of roughing this out at the moment. Oh, they do more than one shot. Alright, well that makes life a little more complicated. But I can get away with that. Okay, actually, you know what? I'm going to take an entirely different approach to this. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to move around the edge. Okay, move around the edge like this. Wait until they are... Wait till they're in the wrong angle. Okay, again, it's not an optimal range, but I am sort of a bit compromised by the tank, unfortunately. And I am still assuming that this building's actually going to be able to withstand all of that. So I suppose next round I just kind of get around the edge and I stomp on the tank when the time comes. So, yeah, I don't feel super good about that. I'm really hoping we at least have one of these units off the board in time for the reinforcements, but let's watch the magic happen. Okay, so he's still up. That was a smart move to keep the shield up. Okay, that guy is done. Approaching landing site. Hold out a bit longer. Another squad standing by if we don't break this up immediately. So, new wave on turn 7. Things are going to get interesting. Let's just take a quick look at the Butcher's Bill for Tango. So, mostly took it all on the shield, so that's good news there. We don't have any indication on where the bad guys are showing up. So let's just get a quick read on the tank. Okay, tank just really wants my rifleman's blood. So great news for Tango, who's going to run in as quickly as possible and munch on a tank. So basically I want to get as close as possible and let him know exactly how I feel about him. All right. It's not too sophisticated. So, although it looks like I did... Okay, yeah, so I relied a little too much on using the buildings as cover. So I'm just kind of standing there like a goof and taking cannons to the face. So I'm actually going to look at their timeline. Okay, so there's another attack coming up. So the best I can do, I think, is... So I think if I do-si-do, then I wind up... Yeah, so I get there just in time for him to finish the job. So I suppose the way I should be thinking about this is say, okay, you know what? The damage is already done. I'm as close as I'm going to be to this vehicle. So maybe what I want to do is take advantage of the close proximity, get my shots off, and then get to cover. So a little something like this. No, that's too close. Okay, so if I move up and then a hard break. Nope, but then he closes the distance. So well, this will be interesting. So I run like this. Again, we're basically going to be tanking the full damage. And he gets one more shot off. Damn. Okay. That would have been exactly what I wanted otherwise. Okay, so again, take the rest of the attack from the tank, reply with our pistol, hope the building withstands the brunt of the attack, get into position, and I actually get another medium attack. All right. So again, not ideal. I suspect I'll be able to survive the majority of the damage. The damage might increase as I move back, but again, it's the tail end, and we'll see where the rest of the bad guys show up. Let's watch the magic. Yeah, damage doubled. Okay, so they are taking a bit of damage. Bad guy's been dealt with. Okay, so looks like there is a tank ready to make me sad, and there is more of a defender. Okay, so the good news with this guy, I believe the weapon that they're... Doesn't say what weapon they're holding. Sniper rifle. Okay. Well, that makes life interesting. So that's got a range of 117 meters. Well, 84 to 117. Compared to the tank, that is... What, really? 1224? Okay, so maybe I don't have to worry so much about that attack. Okay, so with that in mind, I want to engage the tank at long range, and I want to engage the sniper at close range. It's a little bit of a mismatch, but I think I can make this work. So first question is, who's attacking and when? Specifically, who's attacking what units? Okay, so sniper's coming after my shield bearer. That means I'd like to... Again, this is a little bit of a cowardly move, especially given the fact that I've got a shield. But I'm going to tuck myself in the corner there, and then I'm going to close the distance as much as I can once the shot's finished. Actually, you know what? That might be overly... Yeah, that's overly cautious because they're going to be shooting into a mountain. So what I'm going to do instead is run screaming towards them. And because I've not always been the best judge of the capabilities of my opponent, I am going to take a quick minute and put the shield up in case in case I've misjudged. Okay, now the best scenario for me is one in which I close the distance with this guy for my range, not theirs, and I deliver some hurt. But second best, of course, is I avoid the damage and then get myself in a position to sort of deliver it at the end. So if I hop up on the building like this... Oh, not even remotely close. Okay. So the thing that really messes with me here is how... It's basically that they fire at me at the end. But I did say I was gonna ignore the pitiful range. I want to see what the damage on that is. So we're not attacking at all this round. This is about positioning. And I'm hoping that we can match them against their weaknesses. Okay, yeah, I do not need to fear that tank at all. In fact, I didn't even see the follow-up attack. Okay, so sniper's still focusing on my... The sniper is still focusing on my... still focusing on Tango. So I'm going to wait a little while just for the duration of the sniper shot, just in case the high ground gives them something they want. No point in skimping on the shield. And again, similar idea. So There is one small challenge here. So if I want to try and close the distance properly, I'm left at the end of the round. I can basically get up to here, and this invites a big question. What do I do for the next sniper shot in this spot? There is another argument which says I take advantage of the close range because this guy is so focused on taking out my my rifle. They wind up in a nice little jam over here. And I get to go back to my hiding place. Now, of course, this does invite some questions in terms of how I'm going to protect my rifle. Oh, this is interesting. So if I just run around the edge like this and basically ignore... So if I just straight up ignore this tank, even though there is going to be a little bit of time... Yeah, they are definitely going to do some serious damage on me, but I'm already in repairs. But I don't really accomplish that much. Yeah, okay. I'm going to be a scaredy cat with my rifle. Now they're behind the mountain. Okay, I'm going to run around the edge because they're... Well, you know what? No, I'm going to hang out. Again, this is kind of cowardly, but I want to see what that sniper does before I think too much. Alright, well, that tank wasn't a problem. What a persistent bunch. Command won't commit any more drop squads to the site, so let's get this over with. Oh, we're already on the reinforcements, are we? Okay. So, the question is, who's the sniper targeting? Turns out it is my... Oh, hello! That is a fun little discovery. Okay. This guy did such a great job with those tanks. I definitely need to get this unit out of the danger zone. So, okay, I'm mildly curious. Does this wind up getting me crashing into anything? Doesn't look like it. So, if I do that... This gives me a pretty good shot on the sniper. It does leave me fairly compromised all told. So if the sniper wants to try something, my best bet is to just run off the hill and towards them. And if the... I should also check to see if they ever... Okay, they do use their shield, so I need to be a little thoughtful about that too. But I do it at the interesting time. I also think, if I recall correctly, so let's say right at the end of the turn, I don't believe I get to target any of these tanks. So I think my best bet here, as much as I like being in position to make the tanks miserable, I actually think being able to run up and do some damage might be a preferable action. So... that gets me close. Oh, but that attack takes... Yeah, so I gotta make sure I got my shield up for the sniper. So let's build the turn around. You know, it's not that far out of the... It's not ideal, but it's not exactly a catastrophe either. I actually think I'm just going to go for... I'm going to take him in behind. Sorry guys, if you can just give me a quick second here. I had a couple of... there's a friend in a little bit of distress, so I'd just like to take a minute and make sure that they're okay. Okay, I'm really sorry about that. Let's commit the turn. Okay, that actually looks like it connected with something that wasn't the shield. I don't see too much damage though. So the most important information right now is who are the tanks hating on. Looks like most of the hate is reserved for my rifle. Who does the sniper hate? Looks like the sniper isn't actually taking any shots this turn. So that's good news for me. The shield is directed... I guess it doesn't tell me where the shield's directed. So what I want to do is make sure that I get my damage in this little sweet spot here. So let's maybe do a little something like that. Okay, so I think that covers me for... That covers me for hitting them from behind. They're going to be shooting through a building to try and make that connection. I can put up my shield if I feel weak, but I'm not excited by that choice. So what I'm going to do here... If I want to have a unit that's out and like doing stuff in the world, it should be this one. So there is every possibility that okay, let me just see how much this... Okay, so this goes slightly over the halfway point, so I want to make sure that I'm well below the target. So let's go over here. You're back now that you finished the work. I have been having a jolly good time with this, figuring out my best approaches. Okay, so I'm sort of leaving myself a little exposed, but not terribly. I'm also going to try closing the distance a little bit. So the real question here is my assault rifle unit. So let's just get an idea of what we're looking at attack-wise. So this is a cannon, so 48.99. This cannon, 48.99, and... Okay, so they're all standard cannons. I want to close the distance as much as possible with these. And it looks like they get some pretty early attacks on me. So first thing I want to see is if I can close the distance before the fireworks. Okay, good. So this affords some really interesting opportunity. Oh, no, it doesn't. Oh, actually, this is a pretty devious turn. You like the strategy start? Yeah, I don't know if you ever played Frozen Synapse or Frozen Cortex, but some really, it is again, I really like talking about games on their own merits, but the idea of sort of really meticulously planning out a turn and going through the permutations, there's some very similar material in there. I should also mention Frozen Synapse 2. That's also a good game. But this one... So what I'm really appreciating here, sometimes I'll look at some of the moves that the AI does, and I'm like, I'm not entirely sure what they were trying to accomplish there. But take a look at what they've done with this, right? So I'm hiding behind the mountain. I'm hiding behind the building. So my rifle is safe on this side. So I'm like, okay, great. I'm going to try and put them in a position where they're able to put the hurt on the enemy. But what's really interesting about this is look at all the possible places I might be able to attack the enemy. If I go over the mountain here and attack this unit, then I'm going to get hit. If I try and go around the building and attack the unit in the back, again, I'm going to get hit by his closer comrade. Now, if I'm going to have to take damage, and I do want to try and not let the enemy dictate too much of my behavior, I would want to take the close range damage more than the distant. So I think I'm going to do is say, suck it up, Buttercup. We'll get in position. And ideally, I open fire as early as possible. So if I wait just a little while, say something like that, if I try and peek behind the building, and then if I try running out again, this is going to look really weird, but there is sort of a design behind it. So again, the idea here is to maximize the number of attacks that don't... Oh, hang on. Okay, I did not realize that I could... That can't be right. Can I really do 2 sets of attacks without... Yeah, I thought so. Okay, so I want to try and take advantage of the building's cover as much as I can. I hate having the attacks go more than one round. So, I mean, I'm trying to use the building for a little bit of cover. It's not perfect, but it'll cover what I need. And of course, I'm making a big assumption here that I'm able to seal the deal on the sniper. I probably won't, but we'll see where it all goes. Okay, so still got tagged. Okay, that was pretty good. Looks like they did decide to put the shield up. So yeah, I'm taking some damage over here. I'm not too crazy about the amount of damage this unit's taking, actually. And so it looks like this guy's really my nemesis here. So I want to see specifically who... Okay, so everything's coming after the rifle. Is the sniper trying to do anything this round? Okay, so they try to attack my shield. So again, I did kind of build this unit to be a little bit weaker and focus a lot on okay, let's take our medicine first. Okay, so I think I avoid the... Nope, I still get... Oh, actually, I get hit in the back doing that. Okay, you know what? I think I'm just going to have to accept that the world is unfair. That's still probably a shot in the back. Okay, so if I just completely... If I just abandoned any hope of that cover, I still get at least one shot in the back. If I try and do it behind this, not even close. Okay, I'll tuck myself away here as best I can. It's a little close, but... Okay, by the end of the turn... Okay, so I'm just going to stay put for that attack. Yeah, I'm a little uncomfortable with how much damage this unit might wind up taking, but I really do need to start taking some pieces off the board, so... No, it looks like I burned up a little bit. So I think this is them turning around to shoot me. So what I think I'm going to do here is just move in... I think I'm just going to keep them at shotgun range. So yeah, that's when their sniper rifle goes off. But you know what? That's life. Although I am going to be attacking them on the front. Okay. Yeah, so you know what? I have a better... Actually, I have a better option available because they're going to be turning their back, which means that I get an attack. I get an opportunity. So we just sit, tank the shot on the shield. Keep the... I basically want to keep the distance. I don't really want to move until they move. But what I do get to do is I get to close the distance. I'll probably take a shot to the left arm, but that's cost of doing business. Okay, so this is definitely a risky one as far as the damage my units are going to be taking, but I feel somewhat comfortable with where it's going to go. Just going to let my friend know I'm streaming. So I'm most interested in the damage that this unit's going to be taking, because notice that the left arm is actually quite fragile already, and that's going to be where a lot of the damage is coming from. Okay, that's quite a bit of damage there. Their shield's down, which is good. Okay, so that looks like... Oh, wow, they're limping, but they're not done yet. I mean, not much left for scrap. But my mech's taking a beating, that's for sure, so... Okay. Okay, so this is an opportunity here. Everybody's attacking this unit. So they're going to get behind the biggest mountain that they can. And they're not moving. So this is I want to get this shot off as close to... I want to get that shot off as close to the end of the cooldown time, because what I want to start doing is running this guy into the... I want to start running this guy into the tanks to try and even the score a little bit. Okay, no... Sadly, no option to... No option not to smash into the... So I don't think there's going to be any pieces left by the end of this, but that's life. And honestly, at this point, I think doing any damage that I can... Okay, it's still a little heat. I don't even know if that thing's really going to work, but at this point I want to try and do some damage to the tanks, because this unit is effectively out of commission with the amount of damage they've taken to their arm. I might wind up losing the piece altogether, but let's see how it goes. Okay, so they dodged damage. Okay, that shot was completely unnecessary, it turns out. Did I misjudge who they were shooting at? Oh! Okay, that guy's going to be... Alright, that guy suddenly learned self-preservation. Okay, interesting. So I might have an opportunity, a very small window. No. I could try for it. Question is, can I get away in time? I basically take the full brunt of that. So what I want to be focusing on right now is how do I make this unit effective? When they're potentially down. Oh, you know what? That might do the trick. Okay, so get them behind a mountain again. Then they run out. Suddenly it's their turn. And it's a little nerve-wracking because this may not offer a whole lot of cover. Really? Wow. I'm bad at judging what kind of heat management I need. Okay, so I think I have an answer for what this guy's attack is going to be. I'm going to get in close. Gotta wait for the heat to dissipate, always. Alright, unfortunately, I think that attack happens a little too close to... Okay. Well, again, I don't need to get fancy. If I can't make the opportunity... Can't make the opportunity work at the start. So this is going to be entirely about positioning myself where the enemy can't do a whole lot in reply. So if I move up like this, it's probably the worst time for me to take that shot at a time when I know there's incoming damage. So let me get a little less eager on firing the weapon. Now I'm kind of banking on the fact that this tank is going to be dealt with. And I think my nemesis at this point... So if I'm thinking this turn, I really want this guy's blood. What I actually want to do is take out this tank, because look what happens with the unit I want to keep protected. If this tank is active next turn, they get a clear shot. If this tank is active, they have to shoot through a building to get to my weak unit. This guy can tank whatever comes after him. So let's see if the magic happens, or let's see if I start losing some parts. Beauty. Okay, let's see what happens here. Okay. Glorious. Just a reminder, replays will be implemented later. Okay, so I don't really have too much as far as options go. I need to get my shield up immediately. One of the better things I can do, though, while I'm holding the shield up, is get as close as I can to the source of the damage, just to sort of mitigate the effects. So it's basically perfect positioning. In fact, I'll get that as close as I can in the timeline. Again, I mock them. But my sincere hope is, so basically, I'm kind of running all over the place, but we now know that there's no threat to the rifle unit. So her job now is to get as close, basically get in range as soon as possible, and stop that second attack from ever happening. So what I can actually do here is just put this in the timeline. So I definitely want it out of the overheat range. Now, as we move through, we'd be shooting through the building. So essentially, I want to start the attack here. Okay, so that's basically the best possible time for that attack to work. And then I'll just confirm my choices. He's going to be in the range for the whole duration. And let's see if I can get a second attack off. Kind of an insurance policy. Alright, so this unit's able to attack at a pretty quick pace. Let's try and make sure that we keep the right distance. And again, just verify the distance is fine. So now I want to see, can I be bold and get one more? No, we will burn up. And to be totally honest, I would be shocked if this thing survives. Are you guys ready to see the magic? Looks like they're heading out, so I will stop being distracted in just one more second. I'm really sorry to do this, guys, but there are sometimes things in life that need attention more than video games. Okay. So, put it on the shield, and they hit in the car. So yeah, quite a bit more damage on my units than I was expecting, but we didn't lose any parts, and I suspect we'll at least get a few back. So duration 60 seconds, damage taken 610, damage inflicted 3,903, no units lost, no subsystems detected on site, 116 actions planned, one excuse me, 1 kilometer and change traveled, 7 units destroyed, no parts detected on site, 263 supplies detected, and a partridge in a pear tree. Tell the dang hooligans to get off your lawn, otherwise you'll get the Phantom Brigade to send them out. Hopefully with their 3rd unit. Alright, so mech was destroyed. Curious, no salvage parts or subsystems. That's a bit of a shame. It would have been neat to see how the sniper rifle... I really feel like a sniper rifle would have made that trio work. Unit 311. Oh, we got the firewall shield and a medium Nox body part. I'm really looking for light parts. I'm not entirely sure. So if you notice here, it says salvageable equipment found, but that's not what the after action report said. So I'm a little curious if this is a bug or if this is just me misreading how it works. We've got firewall Nox. Part 2 identify. I'm assuming these come from the scrap. Internal auxiliary systems. As thanks, one of the farmers are gifting you a mech that they modified. They unfused the core, responsible for power and heat capacity from an enemy mech body. They also found a few spare cores that you can try. Each core subsystem has trade-offs and benefits. The higher the quality of the mech, the more internal auxiliary systems it contains. In many cases, high-quality parts have their internals unfused. Unfused subsystems can be replaced with other subsystems of the same type. So this is neat. This strikes me a little bit, and again, I apologize that all of my references are other games or movies or something like that, but I'm wondering if this is taking a page out of Darkest Dungeon. I thought one of the things that was really... And Red Hook and Brace Yourself seem to know each other rather well. Or specifically, Chris Barassa and Tyler Sigmund seem to know Ryan Clark rather well. I'm assuming... First of all, those studios are more than just the heads, and... I can't speak for the entire contents of a studio. Frankly, I can't speak for the studio founders either, but they seem to know each other reasonably well. So I'm one of the things that I thought was really interesting about Darkest Dungeon was the fact that the items would never be... So notice how, when I was building my mechs, I was always looking for a part that strictly dominates. So basically it would be, or, if you want to do more economic terms, a Pareto improvement. So something that is equal to or better than what you had before. And it looks here when they talk about the trade-offs of the subsystems that you are ultimately going to have to give up certain features to really enforce the mech design that you want. This is probably a little bit more up my alley because, of course, I'm also able to customize the units as far as the build. So definitely, I learned a little bit of humility with my rifle unit simply because. They were really taking some damage, and they actually have some meaty arms, so it'd be interesting to see what happened if I lowered the integrity even further. You can dispatch salvage team to this site to recover any usable parts and supplies. However, the mobile base will need to remain stationary with them. I'm always fine with that, because it also gives me a chance to repair my good old mechs. So repair. Now, here we go. This unit will deploy. Okay, so I just didn't hit the right deployment button. I don't think the game explained that to me, but I will forgive it. D-Pain, were you here when I colored my mechs? So we've got Unit 296, currently the most best repaired. We've got the Sleipnir, which is a nice camo pattern except for its gun. And we have the Lance, which is my absolute favorite. Actually, I'm going to take one last second. Do the colors do anything or just look nice? Well, if you go for the red ones or the yellow ones, they go faster. No. The colors are purely for bragging rights. This is the flagship. Okay, so I don't see any reason why you would not be repairing while salvaging. It's actually kind of funny that the game will start you off with time passing, because I cannot think of a situation in which I wouldn't want to get more than one thing done. But the night is still young. I'm sure there are other things that I can learn. I might want to take a slightly roundabout way onto the next mission, because that lets me get a little bit of scanning in. Again, I don't want to go up the mountain, but it wouldn't hurt to get a quick peek on what's on the other side, especially if there's a potential patrol. Looks like it's made out of metal rather than flags, but what do I know? All right, so we're repaired. Again, I'm going to take a quick second just to peek out to the border, and then we will... All right, so nothing hiding. Like I said, nothing to worry about. Well, there may be something to worry about on the mountain, but I am not going to invest that time to check it out. All right, so Pillar 49 base is now in tracked range. No, so where's Pillar 4? Whoa! That is a lot tougher than I thought it was going to be. I'm sorry to be a scumbag. This is the November 25th. Save scared is the accurate description of what's going on here. All right, let's so like, well, you know what? Hang on. Let's take out the patrol. This is what I was looking for. A hostile squad has target locked the base and combat is imminent. Your driver tells you that you're not prepared to face the enemy. You may be able to execute an emergency... shouldn't that be if? Yeah, your driver tells you that if you're not prepared to face the enemy, you may be able to execute an emergency retreat. Otherwise, your pilots will need to fight. Suit up! So, yeah, the plan here is I want to see if I can get some scrap for a new mech before I go after the high difficulty. I'm curious, what do you guys think? So I've been CR2 on the field. What's taking so long here? Surround them and finish them off. I am rather curious what you guys think of this game. I've been pleasantly surprised by the reaction so far. I'm gonna take a little sip of coffee. I was talking with Olaf the Harry, who sometimes stops by the channel, and I was a little. That's a level. Holy God! This was supposed to be a low difficulty encounter. This is character building. Wow. Okay. Well, let's stick. Okay, so let's stick with the plan. This unit is going to use its mobility to protect itself. This unit is going to use its mobility to protect itself. This unit is going to throw up its shields and protect anything that it's not going to be able to work with. So let's move on. Anyways, Olaf was very kind in saying that he was pleased. Oh, actually, no, I did put the skinny arms on that one, so that's why it was so fragile. Never said which team it would be getting them. I think it did, but I will let you defend the game. Okay. So again, I can freak out about the situation I'm in, or I can say, okay, I get perfect knowledge. Again, this is what makes this game cool. I get perfect knowledge of what's happening in the environment, and so I can react appropriately. Now, it looks like I have a slight difficulty in the fact that this unit is in my way. And again, the plan is to make sure that I'm behind the mountain as early as I can. Okay, so if I go diagonal like that, that might save me. So again, let's make sure I don't. Glorious. All right. And ideally, I'll use every part of the buffalo, so we will pop him from behind. Do I go? I might go for a little cheek and actually come in closer to him. Okay, so I wind up losing line of sight after a certain period of time, so let's... Sadly, if I try to get fancy on that, I pay the price. So instead, I'm just going to move behind the mountain. I have to kind of stay put, but fortunately, I get to sort of run around and inconvenience them. So, as far as I'm concerned, Foxtrot has been sufficiently protected. There is a small argument. Actually, sorry, I should also take a look at the armament. So these guys are packing standard cannon. I'm going to assume they're all the same. Is that really 4? Jesus Christ. Okay, so 4 standard tanks. This guy is also packing a regular cannon, and the mech has a heavy shotgun. Okay, so that is a little bit of good news in that I don't have so much to fear from that particular unit. So what I'm going to do with this guy, I'm going to move him... I got to make sure he's behind the... You know what? This is not such a bad turn for this guy. So I think I gotta go in close range. Actually, you know what? I can just start by... just let her rip on that guy. Alright, that was a little optimistic, but... Ah, okay. So small worry in the fact that he finishes his turn attacking this unit. No, you know what? I am going to keep myself right there because I'm worried that these guys are going to turn around. So the thing is that there's going to be 3 attacks on this tank. I am pretty sure that we'll make it through. Okay, so as far as I'm concerned, 2 of my mechs are safe from attack. If they get damaged at all, it will be for very minor amounts. Now, it seems to me that the best way for me to handle the 3 units on this side is basically to bully the hell out of them. So the only thing that's attacking this unit is this tank, which has to shoot through a mountain. The more mountains I can put... Oh, actually, that's not entirely true. This guy's also starting off. So I'm going to say, screw you. I'm going to run. I'm going to close the distance. This is just straight up ignoring the damage. And finding out the closest time for me to fire the shotgun again. So this is partial. I think sorry, I got to think a bit about which mountain I'm more fearful of. God, both of these actually look pretty threatening to that unit, now that I think about it. I think I'll go for the guy on the high ground. So here's the question. Can I get a 3rd attack? Not on my life. Okay, so after that, I defend myself. I am sort of left out in the open. But I mean, I'm not entirely sure that's the worst place for me to be. I mean, in the middle of a brawl. That's kind of where this unit works. Okay, yeah. So I'm gonna put. I am gonna. Now you know what, this is dumb. I'll put up the shield in case this guy gets a little too sassy. It's close range, so it's the least possible damage, and I don't think this guy can shoot through mountains. How did I get access to this game? Brace Yourself Games was very kind in sending out a key for promotional purposes, but if you would like to if you'd like to pick it up, it is available on the Epic Store. So if you use that link, again, I was given a key specifically to promote the game, and I have that affiliate link, so I do have a couple of interests there. But if you'd like to play the game in the early access period, it's available there, and if you use that link, or if you put System Chalk in the creator code, I will get a little bit of revenue for driving the traffic to the Epic store. And as is always the case, whenever I talk about that link, inevitably people will say, I will never buy something on Epic. And if you feel that way, I believe this game is advertising itself as being available on Steam. However, the release date is to be determined. So as far as I can tell, this game will eventually come onto Steam. I suspect the early access period will be done by then, though. Industries of Titan says 2021. I don't know what'll be happening with Phantom Brigade, but you can definitely see that I've been having a very good time with this game. So Tim Sweeney has not personally come to my house and lectured me for my questionable tactics. So I'm a very happy owner, and I believe they've already been modding the game. So if you want to get in and get your name in there early, I believe there is already some modifications that are happening. All right, let's watch the magic. Does this guy go down? Okay, so that guy did wind up taking some damage. That one's down. All right, so we took quite a bit of damage on that. Again, this is where I would have loved to see the replay because there's clearly a lot going on. But all told, we did wind up damaging two units pretty convincingly. So, now I'm not going to regret... Ah, damn it. So he does get that shot off. So yeah, it looks like the mountain didn't protect me too much there. Unfortunately, there's not a whole lot that I can do about it. So rather than cry about it, I think I'm just going to have to find the fastest way for me to shoot. Unfortunately, I've really not done myself any favors here. So it turns out there's quite the range on this secondary weapon. Oh, hello! I didn't know I could dash. Okay, who hates this guy? Okay, so this tank basically just constantly pounds this guy. Fair enough. So I'm going to say nuts to the damage. We just zoom along. I'm really doing this so I can pull off the shot. So that guy's got to do the damage. Again, who hates him? It's this guy for sure, although hopefully he's going to be taken out. Okay, that tank is now actually in sort of a credible threat range. So I gotta make sure at least one of my units is in fighting shape. So I'll set up the. Well, you know what? Actually, he's still going to be going through. I think he's still going to be shooting through a mountain. Be that as it may. Let's take a look at realistically what kind of damage we're looking here. So I'm pretty sure this guy's done. This guy's got nothing. So we're probably going to need more than one shot on him. Okay, I'm going to have to push the shield up a little bit. Okay, so I'm making something of an assumption here that this guy's going to get taken out. I really do need to get this guy into the fight, so we will wait the duration of the attack, and then I'm going to start moving into the. I'm going to start moving into the real world. Okay, so I've definitely kind of dealt with my. I'm going to call this the commander, the hero. Hero one. Now the thing is, I've really only figured out what I want to do with this particular unit here. So, I gotta get a read for the whatever. Again, looks like I'm generating too much heat to be of much use to anyone. So yeah, if I'd like to fry eggs in my in my cockpit, that's a great move. Whew. There's really no good options for this guy. If I start doing that, yeah, I go behind a mountain, so I gotta. So if nothing else, I'm just gonna have to. I'm gonna have to finish the job, and then just angrily trudge back to the action. This tank will die next turn for sure. The question is, how much damage do they do to Foxtrot, who's got some beefy arms, but. Oh yeah, the visuals on this thing are amazing. I think Azure Wind was in a little when I first played this, and he was really blown away by the animations. Okay, so this guy's Shotgun Bro. He's gonna get a pair of shots off. Now, what's gonna be interesting here is, so the best move for me would be to try and get behind the mountain. But notice here, I kind of open myself up for being tagged along the side. So what might be better for me to try is just make sure that I've got some... Basically just waste his time while he gets the first shotgun shot off. So if I go for the bold move like this, I'd have to do... By the way, I'm really realizing the benefit of having the tighter shots. Yeah, I think this is the drawback about that approach. So, yep, I blast him when I'm on the mountain. Oh! Okay, so I don't quite finish the job, but I do get to put that mountain between me and him again. So, what happens if I move around the flank like that? chill out for a little bit. I'm assuming it's because I'm on a hill or something. Or maybe I'm just too close to the... Okay. Well, it's a little bit of wasted time, but I'm not gonna get too upset about it. So another important thing to keep in mind about the positioning right now is that this tank is kind of running around doing whatever it wants. That's just going to be an unfortunate feature of the world. What I am kind of hoping for here, though, is that by the end of this, I'm going to have this unit to either move around here or around here. And then for the next turn, this guy is going to be running into shotgun range of their other mech. If there are any tanks still standing by the end of this, I am in deep doo-doo. I also want to see how the dash works. I don't know if it's going to do much to protect my unit, but it will hopefully be cool to watch. So. Cool. Alright, so everybody's down there. Okay, he took a little bit of damage. But now it's 3-on-2, so I'm feeling a lot better about things. Okay, that tank really is out for this guy's blood. This unit is going to be spending its whole turn cooling down. So it's time to play. Okay, so this guy's going to be standing up on the mountain. I want to get as much distance as I can between me and this unit to be able to attack with my primary weapon. It's not quite going to count as a... Oh! That is going to count as a hit to the back. Oh, that is a thing of beauty. At least part of it is. And you know what? I bet I'm going to be able to get a close range shot off on him too. It's a little too close for what I really want to do, but again, he's going to be turning his back. That's going to be some tasty, tasty scrap for me. So, there is an interesting question here as to the tank question. So if I just try, so let's say I want to try and take advantage of the territory. Into the breach before K. Yeah, so if you wanted my, we're talking about this with Azure Wind. If you wanted a frame of reference for comparable games, in the name of your own understanding, I would say, sorry, I gotta sneeze. It is D-Pain. It's been great to have you again. I've actually rather regretted not having the same opportunities to catch you in Apocalypse as much as I used to. So it was awesome that you spent the time that you had with us. I hope you found this game interesting. I am going to be playing a lot of it for the next little while because this game is amazing. But if it's not your thing, let me know, and I will let me know the next time you'll be stopping by, and I will do a special game just for you. But yeah, guys, for those of you who haven't done so already, do check out D-Pain. I think you said you're Mixer turned Twitch. Sorry, it was Twitch turned Mixer turned Twitch, or it might be the other way around. But either way, great to have you in here. But yeah, so Miles 4K's got part of the puzzle. So I'd put it to you this way. If you want a game which is all about sort of perfecting your plan over short periods of time and sort of seeing the implementation come out and really focusing in on making every second count, it's very similar to Frozen Synapse, Frozen Cortex, Frozen Synapse 2, and of course those games are all inspired by Julian Gollop's Laser Squad, which I've never played, but I'm assuming that would be an appropriate comparison here. However, the game gives you perfect information about what's going to happen. Again, you have this little timeline. It's like looking at kind of a video player, although I always like comparing it to an editing bay because I bear the stamp of my origins. So in that sense, with perfect knowledge of what the enemy is going to do and sort of feeling like you need to puzzle it out, to a certain extent, it is like Into the Breach. I'd actually say it out Into the Breach is Into the Breach because, of course, Into the Breach has this probabilistic element to it in terms of whether or not a building takes damage, whereas in this game, I believe everything is deterministic. I could be a little bit wrong on that, but I believe when it talks about sort of the the effectiveness of the shots. I believe the idea here is that those shots are going to hit, but they're maybe not going to do as much damage as they would under other circumstances. And then, of course, I think, the XCOM was it XCOM? Yeah, I think it was XCOM 2 was kind of the comparison that I made. And again, I mean, tactics games, you're always going to... It's hard not to talk about tactics games, turn-based tactics games, without referring to XCOM. The Firaxis XCOM is, particularly XCOM 2, is an absolute masterpiece. And of course, the interplay between the strategic layer and the tactical layer is very similar to XCOM 2. You have your mobile base, you're doing your repairs, you're kitting people out. But again, I really want to stress that this game is its own. It really is its own thing. It's a wonderful game. But if it helps you to get an idea of what it feels like playing it, I would say this holy trinity of 3 excellent strategy games. By the way, if you do not own all 3 of those games that I just mentioned, do take the time to pick them up. They are wonderful, and I know particularly Mode 7, who did the Frozen series of games. I think Frozen Synapse 2 may not quite have performed what they were in line with what they were expecting. So I'm sure they would appreciate the support. Although, let's face it, every developer is going to appreciate the support. Actually, come to think of it, I don't think Into the Breach did as well as FTL either. But It's D-Pain says, I saw it at PAX East and was keeping an eye on it. So yes, the streaming timeline is correct. Good. All right. Let us continue as Miles vs. K says 4D Into the Breach. Okay. So here are my options. Let's say I wanted pure protection. I don't want any damage to my shield, and I just run away. So they shoot into a mountain. Shoot into a mountain. Oh, actually, I like this. I like this a lot. Okay, so I'm gonna get my shield up. Maybe not. Okay, so I don't need my shield up for that. I am, however, as soon as they turn their back, that's a shotgun going into them. So that's not the most exciting turn I could have done, I will freely admit, but it sure gives me some options. And of course, I've got this guy who's wide open. Now again, I don't have anything to worry about as far as the enemy is concerned. This guy has free movement. He gets to pick his perfect shot against the bad guys. I might want to have some consideration as far as the aftermath. But that's what I've got a dash for, I suppose. Okay. Is that really 53%? I don't really believe that. Oh, yeah, I guess he's out of range. Okay, well, we just got to get closer. High ground is nice to have, but it's not. I'm not gonna turn away an opportunity to put the hurt on the tank. That's not going to be enough to seal the deal, but I think it'll put me in a good position for the next turn. I am going to prep. So if I was this tank, I would be blowing this guy away in retaliation. So I am going to get him on his way to cover. Oh, actually, you know what? Screw that, because that's why God invented dashes. So yeah, you're just going to stand and deliver, and I think we're ready to go. Okay, so that was a shield hit. Where's the shotgun? Okay, so that guy must have crashed. Oh no, he's just inactive. Okay, well, I'm not going to complain about that. Again, this is giving me full options. Okay, I am in a little bit of a pickle. This guy gets to shoot right away. This guy is okay. They're full health. I'm gonna have to pay for some repairs, it looks like, but okay. So if I finish the shot, You know what? That's a really dumb thing for me to do. Because... So it's better for me just to accept my fate as far as the attack is concerned. Kind of close the distance as much as I can while his shot's going on. Okay, that turns my back too soon, so... Okay, that causes a collision, so that's no good. Okay, so I guess in this case I'll just wait. So again, the idea here is to just take as much of that damage on the front. And then I get to hide behind the mountain. Now, it would be wonderful... Okay, well, I can at least have a little revenge on the guy, I guess. Okay, that's going to be just a vicious rebuke of that mountain, but I don't think that's going to help me too much. So if I went crazy, no, he's gonna shoot me there. So I will not tempt fate. We just sit in a nice quiet place. Okay, so the attack happens. Close the distance as much as we can. Ideally, we get the concussive shot in the back as soon as we can. And again, the name of the game here is really just to close the... or keep them in optimal range. So shoot them in the back, run behind, and then the idea here is that I'm able to get, if I can, a third shot. I think it's a little optimistic to think that I'm going to overheat if I do that. I might be able to start the attack, but I don't really gain anything by... being premature on that, so... Now again, I'm relying on the game telling me that this thing isn't active, and I'm assuming that's because of the concussive damage. So, the last thing that I want to be doing is getting this guy in the best position he can be for, again, just ruining this guy's day. I can do sort of the long... So if I just stand and deliver, well, you know what, that might work. So the problem with this is that it starts off by hitting him on the front. So if I'm patient and just wait... So the only thing I really don't like about this is how... There's just not enough time spent shooting him in the back. That is definitely more like it. So let's just get a read on exactly what's happening there. So he's definitely not going to shoot the mountain. And if I try another attack... I apparently do not burn up, but I do potentially shoot my own guy. You know what? I think it's worth it. Not to shoot my own guy, but I can move just shy of it. There we go. So we cut it close, but all right. I really want to see this dance happen. So again, we want to see that guy just took it all like a champ. Okay, I don't think he's down. Oh, no, victory. Okay, so I wanted to see what the damage was on my... I mean, let's face it, that was a lot of damage that mech took, but... okay, 20 seconds, 241 damage taken, 2,064 inflicted, no units lost, no subsystems, 54 actions planned, 591 meters traveled, 4 units destroyed, no parts, 185 supplies. So we found a reasonably intact, I think those are light legs, so not bad. I kind of needed light arms though. We've got an intact tank, so it's got a regenerator subsystem. Oh yeah, I should have checked into subsystems. Also regenerator subsystem. It says destroyed. That doesn't make sense. Yeah, there's definitely weird stuff that happens with that's really interesting. It doesn't tell us if those are legs or arms. I'm gonna guess that there's some weird stuff going on with the with that breakdown at the end, but okay. And as always, we can dispatch a salvage team. However, much more important question: how are my mechs? All right. Yeah. So I mean, look, it's not the. It's not the configuration I would like. I'd rather it if they didn't take that much damage, but they lived. So this guy really didn't do much. Also, it doesn't seem like the repairs cost us anything. And then unit 296. Yeah, it's really just the guy on the mount or the hill that. They got too banged up. I am running into fatigue problems, and we're going to have a big battle before too long, so I should be thinking a bit about that. And this unit is locked until repairs are finished, which is fine, because I'm going to want to... I basically don't want to deal with my current circumstances anyway. So let's see what kind of scrap we get from the salvage. I don't think anybody's going to get any less fatigued. So in an ideal world, we're going to have enough fatigue to do both the village and the base, but that's a couple of pretty tough. It's a couple of pretty tough missions to do back to back. Whoa. Okay, patrol squads are getting real. So we'll be ready in an hour. I don't think they're going to reach us in time. Ooh. Oh, we have 7 minutes to repair. I don't think we're going to be ready. Oh, just barely. A hostile squad has target locked the base and combat is imminent. Your driver tells you that if you're not prepared to face the enemy, you may be able to execute an emergency retreat. Otherwise, your pilots will need to fight. Suit up. Okay, we are going to be able to change things. So taking a look, I just want a quick read on the bodies. Yeah, so it's the same dilemma I have each time. The heat is a little bit more than I can really endure. Now there was something about subsystems which I think I maybe misunderstood. All right, so this guy is currently rocking a heavy handgun. I don't see any point in changing that. The right arm is the burst. Really, the equation hasn't changed all that much. Although this looks like this is a higher level rifle, so I might want to see if my other... Oh, hello. So we currently have a Nox Light, but we have a better Nox Light for the left arm. That's a little funny, so it's heavier, but it's... Okay, I know exactly who's going to get that. Is the right arm the same story? No, it is not. Yeah, I'm keeping... I think I'm going to keep this as is. It's really just because the body isn't quite what it needs to be. Now, they're talking about subsystems, which I feel like I should have a better idea of how those work. But I don't. Yeah, so that just keeps me in... All right, well, we'll figure out how that works at some point. Now, this is the big question, right? Because we've basically given this guy light everything. And so the remaining question now is, do I want to fully commit to... Do I want to fully commit to making this guy as lightweight as possible? Oh, interesting. So no, sorry, that's the item, that's why. So I can give him Nox left. Actually, so this is the funny thing. If you take a look at this, so I can give him the Erebus medium, and it's just slightly better heat dissipation. If I give him the Nox light, it's actually not all that bad. Given the fact that this guy can dash, I think it's probably better that I have... Oh, here we go. So you get the subsystems if you're high quality. I just gave him the medium, didn't I? Well, it's still better. It's like one of those Charger zombies in Left 4 Dead. Okay, so the Lance is kind of my hero unit, and I believe it's got some goodies. Okay, so defense subsystems, we can give it plating, so higher mass, higher integrity, higher barrier. Regenerator, barrier regeneration 2. I'll give it some regeneration. That's actually one that doesn't seem to... Interesting, so even though I've got an awesome shotgun, there's no subsystem for it. Okay, well, that's life. So, honestly, the regeneration isn't, like... That's not a game changer, but I prefer it to making this guy any heavier. So the tricky thing about this Lance, right, is that I don't necessarily want it to be... Like, I don't want this thing to be the tank. It has a shield specifically so that it can be... it can be tanking stuff. It's just mostly that ideally this is the guy that winds up going over open fields, and so he can take a little bit of damage if it comes down to it. I might even consider, like, so if I were to change the body, if we gave that a Nox medium, we'd be able to give it a thruster. The only real problem with this is that its max heat would be lower, so it would be it'd be a little bit less effective as far as like zipping around and you know, doing multiple shotguns. Although I suppose with a thruster you could do, you know, teleport behind you, nothing personal, kid. I guess I need Kite here to say that. Okay, that's something to ponder. I don't think I'm going to commit to that quite yet. Did I give you any blue parts? No. Despite the fact you're a pretty good rifle unit. I did not have any special parts for you. And... do you have any special parts for you? Okay, so I could give you a better thrust. Okay, actually, first of all, so you're in a Nox light. I could put you in a Nox medium. You'll still be thrusting. but you won't be thrusting the way I want you to, and you already generate a lot of heat, so... okay, so we got a defense subsystem in the left arm. So I can give it better plating at the cost of some mass. Oh, so I've got an equipped system already, so 220. Could give it heavy plating, 1% in, 0.1% increase in mass in exchange for barrier. I don't see any business. Oh, this is an important thing. Barrier regeneration. I kind of feel like this gives me more. Generating the outer layer present on most modern armor protects units from incoming damage without lasting degradation for as long as exposure is limited. But, okay, this is the reason why the basic plating was better. Because I have no barrier, there's no... 0% is still... is still 0%. Okay, heat dissipation 3, offense subsystem, which doesn't actually... Olaf, thank you very much for the host. I just want to look at the stats. You know what? I'm going to put the heatsink in because this guy does get a bit crispy. That may be the wrong move, but if it's not going to explain what the offense subsystem does, I think I need to work with it. And you know what? This guy kind of earned his keep, so given the fact that he's got the thruster, let's give him some livery. I was hoping for red and yellow. Johnny would want red and black. But, okay, let's leave the items for the end. Oh, you know what? I'm changing my mind. We're gonna give him the sunset pattern. And for the guns, let's deal with the big gun first. I was kind of hoping for something bright. You know what? Industrial works for me. All right. I hope it's not an ambush like that last one. Decelerating. Let's flank and finish them off. A considerably more straightforward fight than last time. No legions of tanks. This guy is... Oh, actually, it says here HMG and shield. So I'm going to assume that stands for heavy machine gun, heavy shotgun, and shield. Okay, so this guy I don't need to worry about for a while. I believe this is the first we've encountered anything like a heavy machine gun. This is also a barrier. All right, so 39 to 66 packs a punch, it looks like. Okay, so let's get an idea about what 39 to 66 looks like. Oops. 33 to 54. Okay, so basically we're looking something like this. If I think it's fair to say if I am capable of shooting at him, he is capable of shooting at me. So let's see who he's targeting. Okay, so these two units. Look, it's not my proudest moment, but okay, so I'm going to start with a little bit of caution here. I mean, it does raise the question if I even want to try. 32% effectiveness does not... That's not sparking joy. So yeah, this is going to be more about positioning, I think. Now, why should I even care that he's wasting a shotgun shot? Okay. So this is going to seem a little funny. I don't actually want Shotgun Bro on Shotgun Bro, and it's actually possible that I'm going to put myself into a little bit of a... It's possible I'm going to put myself into a little bit of a pickle. So what I'd love to do is run around the back and shotgun this guy. But he may have other plans in terms of the terrible things that he does to me. So that's partly why this unit is going where... Yeah, I'm quite convinced that they're going to be able to shoot over that hill. Although... I suppose the better question is, are they going to be able to shoot over that one? So... So let's say I did that. Okay, so no collisions. I do feel like there's a minor risk, but I'm not entirely sure it's enough to justify the level of caution that I'm putting in. So this is going to be about positioning. So the idea is I wanted this person around the edge so that if this guy gets any funny ideas with my shield bearer, this unit's going to be in position to flank. So again, this is a positioning round, but I feel like we can get some decent results. Okay, so there's some serious, well, not serious damage, but there's some damage happening there. We definitely got the worst of that. So the amount of damage that we actually delivered was negligible. Okay, this is fun. This is actually exactly... This is really good for me, actually. Okay, so I want this guy to close... So there is a challenge in terms of heat. Fortunately, this guy takes some time getting where he wants to be. So he just kind of stands and shoots at this guy. So effectively, I'm just waiting for him to start moving away. So I'll put myself... yeah. So basically, I get a nice shot at the back. For the duration. And I'd love to follow up with something at close range, but that's almost certainly going to burn me up. Oh, no, it's not. Okay. I am 100% okay with committing to that. Now, I am going to create a small difficulty in terms of... There's going to be a small difficulty in terms of how this works. So under normal circumstances, what I'd like to do is try and hide behind the hill. I am not doing that in this case. I'm going to toss up my shield. My whole reason for existence on this turn right now is to make sure that that unit has its back facing the unit that's attacking it for the entire time. Next priority. This guy only attacks. This guy only attacks. I have no shield business to worry about. Now, once the attack is finished, I want to turn around and get this guy right in the back. Does that distance make sense? Yeah. Oh, wow. I didn't quite... I mean, it was kind of going more by memory than anything, but I don't think that could have possibly have been more effective. Okay. I do also need to consider the future turn, though, so I will try and give myself a few options. Okay. I'm actually feeling really good about this turn. Okay, so I want to see the practicalities of what this guy is trying to accomplish with his shotgunner. Like, I just don't see how this does anything. So, my next question would be, if I just, like, commit to a big move, am I able to dodge the same damage? I don't think so. I actually think I do wind up taking damage this way. Oh, hell yeah, I do. Okay. Okay, so I should get a little less brave. It's super cool to be able to avoid damage. Oh, actually, you know what? Maybe I can try being a little more clever. So if I work around the edge like this. What I was hoping for was some way of kind of hitting him from behind. So I think I'm gonna get tagged a little bit, but I'm not actually all that worried. So I mean, I might as well catch him in a crossfire if I'm gonna do anything, right? The real action's happening on this guy, though. This is a pretty good turn for doing a lot of damage to someone's back. So I am particularly interested in what happens with this guy, though. Like this guy is going to be taking it all on the shield, but the hope is that we just get to rip into the back armor. So let's see if it works. Shield up. Oh! Well, this guy is definitely looking worse for wear. It'd be fascinating. It would be fascinating if there was some kind of a tell in terms of who was going to do the... Oh no, it does tell me. So they're going to be shielding against this guy. This is glorious. Oh, I am going to burn up a little bit though. Okay, so I can afford to get a little closer. I'm a little paranoid about this. Oh. Well, I might be paranoid, but I don't want to overheat. So, okay. So, and actually, now that I think of it, this is kind of a free turn. So he's not actually going to do anything but put up that shield. And again, I should have been looking at the symbols down below because that absolutely communicates information. Oh, and he's ejecting. I will mock him. I will stare at them. All right. So really, the magic is happening. It's odd that I can't zoom in any closer. The magic is happening here, so we'll focus on that. Oh, well, he lost the right arm. All right, so we did not actually... Okay, no, he's ejecting now too, so... So that's a shame, right? I believe we didn't get the machine gun in that case. But overall, let's face it, that was a pretty good run. Okay, 20 seconds, 291 damage taken, 884 damage inflicted, 27 actions planned, 461 meters traveled, 28 supplies on site. So salvageable equipment found, heavy knocks, S2 shield stance shield. We did apparently find the hurricane machine gun. I find that hard to believe. Nope, apparently we did. A couple of Asgard heavy. That's weird if it's arms, but excuse me, just one second. Asgard heavy firewall shield. Yeah, so if I want a bruiser unit, I've definitely got items. Oh, this is all pretty high quality stuff. Cool. No point in wasting time. So repair, repair, repair. Funny thing is, these all get locked down for 6 hours no matter what. So even though I took a little bit of damage, they're still out for the full period of time. And let's build a new unit. So that's going to be out for 7. I'm still somewhat inclined towards going after the village rather than the base, but let's... Actually, you know what? Let's just see here. So garrison level 2, hope on defeat 34, salvage detected 210, range intel. I mean, maybe it is better for me to go for the base and then follow up with the farm. Let's see what happens over time. We may just wind up seeing another patrol, in which case, you know, that's unfortunate, but holy crap, has it been 3 hours already? I really need to be careful about my bedtimes, but we're not done with this game tonight. Oh my god. Yeah, in case you guys haven't noticed, I really like this game. Brace Yourself is very clearly a top-tier indie developer. There's a ton of stuff that they've made that I really like. I think I'm going to do another Scared save. I haven't actually needed to be a scumbag yet, but... Yeah, I mean, it's kind of it feels quaint to say, oh yeah, these guys are really good at making games, because I mean they make Crypt of the Necrodancer, of course we know this, but like this almost feels like this was made for me. Like this is so good. And so far as I can tell, like I think the lead on this. Well, it's hard to tell who exactly the lead is, but I think like the designer, let's say, I haven't seen the credits I've seen have been on like Kerbal Space Program, like for like I don't believe that was a, you know, high mucky muck whatever. Again, I don't know anything about game development, so. Like, I don't know if it's right to call this a first game, but this is like, this, so far as I can tell, there is not a, you know, genre-spanning talent or anything like that. But, okay, sorry, that's not entirely true. There's tremendous talent behind it. What I'm saying, I don't believe there is a name attached to this project, which is fascinating. Like, this is so good. But again, you never know what somebody's experience is, right? It could be that they, you know, that this is in fact the product of lots of work that just hasn't been appropriately recognized, which I think is probably the case. So the reason I'm going after this base here is that I now have, I've got 4 mechs. Oh, actually, yeah, I should be doing better customization as well. This is probably about as good as I'm gonna get. The risk of me going after the other location is that there's so much fatigue that I'm underperforming in terms of this battle. So this is kind of my last chance to really get a semi-fresh group of people to take on the base, and then we can do some extra cleanup. So base assault. Bases are the most challenging military structures to defeat. Be sure that you're ready before you attack. It's wise to tackle roaming units in neighboring regions before choosing to assault a base in some cases. You've received intel that units in this base are using brand new technology, regenerative armor. This armor is capable of absorbing damage over and over if left undisturbed for more than a few seconds. It might be worth focusing your fire on one mech at a time to prevent this. So suit up. I definitely need to make sure that I've got a... Oh, actually, you know what? The fatigue is not nearly as bad as I thought it would be, so I may wind up having to reevaluate my choices here. Okay, so I just want to I want a quick read on what my my options for upgrades are. It's looking pretty much like the... Well... That is an extremely difficult one for me to justify. So I'm currently rocking the lights. Not a whole lot for me to... Yeah, you know what? I think I'm happy with where this unit is. I know there's probably some improvements that I can do, but I'm happy with where this unit is. I think the Lance is probably also where it needs to be, but let's just see if there's any cute little upgrades that I can do. So we're looking at an Elbrus M. Again, unless I really want the thrusters, I can't. The big problem here is that, well, actually, hang on. I mean, this guy has definitely not been overheating that much. So I suppose if... Whoa, hang on. There's also... Okay, so there's a difference between... Okay, there's heat dissipation, heat capacity. So what the hell is heat? Which isn't present on... Oh man, okay. I've been reading this all wrong. So heat dissipate... I get it. I'm an idiot. Hello, Lee. Is it Lee Binha? How are you doing? So the heat is probably from the thrust. Okay, so what does power give me? Total power output of MX reactors and energy systems. Barrier regeneration, heat dissipate. Ah, okay, so if there's heat dissipation, I don't want my power going down too much. Okay, so this is actually kind of important for me to reflect on. So there's a Sleipnir. We got the upper body. Okay, so let's take the Elbrus M. Now let's say I ignore heat, and let's reevaluate all of these parts. So I've got the Nox M, little reduction in power, big improvement in heat capacity, heat dissipation. The one thing that it doesn't give me is the thruster power. So the Nox Medium actually seems like a pretty good upgrade for this unit. The Nox Heavy, worse heat dissipation. Yeah, it's actually kind of hard for me to justify that particular one. But it actually seems like these are... It seems like these are pretty legit as far as improvements are concerned. The only thing that I note is that we lose a little bit of power. So if we say for the standard core, it says 15 heat dissipation. So if I put the Nox Medium on instead, well, it also says 15 heat dissipation. I don't know. The fact that it says heat dissipation over here is lower. I think I'm willing to accept that there's a worse... Oh. It's losing my heat capacity, but... Oh, good lord. Okay, so many subsystems. Okay, so the heat capacity is 100 standard. I think I'll keep a standard core. Very good, thanks for checking out this game. Okay, so I am absolutely gushing about this game. This is like everything I could want in this kind of game. Like this is, I like this game so much. But maybe with that in mind, I do have an affiliate link for Epic, as well as having been given a press key for promotional purposes. I technically only need to disclose that once, but because I am sounding like a complete shill for this game, I think it's probably worth me maybe being a little more open about that. Yeah, this is wild. I'm sorry I'm spending so much time on the mechs here, but I've just learned... Guilia13, thank you very much for the follow. I just found something about my mechs that's kind of caused me to reevaluate the way that I've been building them. Also, let's not forget there are some very important steps that one needs to take when you do upgrades. So I'm just now that I've sort of now that I've been able to reevaluate how I've been approaching the building of my mechs, I want to make sure that we're in fighting shape, because we're about to go on a tough fight. So I can't change the thrusters. Really, what it comes down to is, do I want to sacrifice power in favor of more heat capacity? You know what? Let's try it. So we've got a capacitor, which will also improve my heat. So now we're getting a little ridiculous. But the rest is... Well, targeting's not bad. So do I want to get rid of 20 heat capacity? Okay, so if I give it the core... 115. But it's a left targeting system, so it's not going to... I suspect that doesn't mean my primary weapon is as good. So I think I'll leave that be. Okay, so we're where we want to be on that unit. Let's get the Lance. So Lance is currently sitting on an Elbus medium body. This might actually be one of these cases where I consider the Nox. So slightly worse heat dissipation, but... And then the Asgard H, used by occupation forces, somewhat unwieldy by modern standards owing to a deficit of advanced materials. It provides lower than average degree of protection. On the upside, it's easy to service in the field. Yeah. I mean, technically I'm not running with a heavy... technically I'm not running with a heavy anyway, but oddly enough, if I put a Nox Heavy on, the mass is actually slightly lower. Again, the dissipation isn't quite where I would want it to be, but this guy, out of everyone, is probably the least likely to overheat. So let's put that Nox body on, and again, delivery is important. Thinking of you, Sin. Okay. Can't change the thrusters. I could try for the overdrive core if I really felt that my capacity... I could sacrifice the capacity. I don't think I can, though. And head armor, yeah, nothing to change there. So I'm carrying a shield, so I could put the stance on, which has a barrier but significantly less integrity. A firewall, slightly higher integrity, but is also heavier. I think I'm happy to just leave that as is. I don't see much point in switching to the Hurricane. I like my shotgun as it is. And do I want beefier arms? Again, the sacrifice here would be that I guess the sacrifice would be that I wind up moving slower, and I don't think I'm ready to accept that yet. Okay, so I've already got Nox mediums. The Elbrus medium, slightly worse heat dissipation, so no point in taking that on. Asgard heavy is too heavy. I don't think I have skinny arms. So finally, lower body. Again, really high integrity, too much mass, and the heat dissipation suffers. So I've kind of already litigated those issues. I am quite content with where my lance is. 296 is the next one that we... So 296 is a unit that we understand, so I'm just going to run in now. It's already got the advantage of having the Nox body. Actually, oddly enough, it's a large Nox body. That I was not expecting. Oh, hang on. I remember why, though. Because it actually wound up being... I believe it was... Short of the power, it was... Okay, and slightly thruster power. Oddly enough, this wound up being a... Oh no, sorry, it's Nox Light, that's why. So no change to thrusters, left item. I don't want to put a shield on it. I've got a medium handgun, and as far as I can tell... Well, okay, this is apparently a slightly better medium handgun. It checks out, actually. So the Spark is the best damage per second. Short run. This guy's got the thrusters, so actually, you know what? I am going to give him a... Okay, again, colors are important. Oh no, I guess we gave this more of the Dune. Yeah. Okay, so this guy really needs to get in close now. I just changed the range on his weapon. We've got 66 meters. That's about as far as I'm going to get with an assault rifle. This one does 200 damage a second, so I'm going to adjust that. Again, style is important. Did I give it Industrial C? I guess I did. We're already rocking a light Nox. The left arm... I guess we gave that... Wait, really? Is the left arm... Right, okay. The right arm was the Elbrus M. And I don't think... Yeah, I don't have any lights for it, so I think the rest of this is... Oh, actually, hang on. There are some rather important considerations here. So I've got a passive heat sink. Oh, but it's all left targeting, so left arm has a defense subsystem. So I'm currently sitting on basic plating. I don't see any reason to put regenerators on these things. And we're already sitting on light Nox legs, so that's where it needs to be. I really got to come up with a name for this other than Unit 296. Actually, Unit 296 is like one of my best units now. It's my kind of my premium rifle that's lacking. And then finally, this will be the first mission that this guy's on. So let's see realistically what we're dealing with here. So first of all, what is your weapon? So we've got a standard assault rifle and nothing. Okay. So if I wanted, I could add another shield, bro. So you know what? Let's think about primary weapons first. So what's the most damage I can do? 84 damage a second, 157, 179 with a hurricane. 2-second interval. Yeah, so I guess this is the real challenge on this guy. All right, I know exactly. This guy is just going to be full-on bruiser. So I think I'm going to start him off with an Asgard Heavy. Let's compare that to the Nox. Nox, yep, doesn't compel me. I'll worry about the subsystems later. I am going to give him a shield. So what's the highest integrity shield I can give him? The Firewall? Done. This thing's like not going to be able to move at all. I think we already decided on the Hurricane. So left arm. So we can either give him the Nox Heavy or the Asgard Heavy. Slightly better heat capacity here. Slightly lower capacity. Okay, I'm going to go for the lower capacity on the shield arm because this is presumably going to be the one that gets all the defense. Slightly worse heat dissipation, but again, this guy's basically just going to be lumbering towards the enemy. So if I give him Asgard Heavy compared to Nox, slightly better mass, significantly lower. So the thing is that this guy one of the reasons why I'm setting them up with so much integrity is that it is highly unlikely that they're going to have their shield up in time for repairs. So I basically just want this, if you guys have ever played Battletech, I want this thing to be an Atlas. I want this thing to just kind of shrug off a lot of attacks and laugh if I have to. I also want an idea about, so my Hurricane, nope, right item. So this thing apparently generates quite a bit of... Oh yeah, this is actually one of the highest heat generating items. So I was originally thinking of switching out my core for an overdrive, but no, I actually want this guy... I want this guy limiting his heat. So we'll give him a heat sink. I don't think there's any... Oh, offensive subsystem for the left arm. Targeting stabilize. I mean, none of it matters because I'm not going to fire a left-handed weapon. Offensive subsystem. So it's a capacitor for heat capacity. I think that's the best option, frankly. Mobility subsystem, we have nothing or a gyro. Okay. And of course, the ever-important livery. I have an idea, but I'm going to start with black and white. Something just inviting the... It's like painting a target on your mech. And And I should be able to rename this. Oh, did not. I know it's got a Nordic thing going for its naming conventions, but damn it, I like my Greeks. Or maybe it's Hermes. It's a fashionable mech. All right, this looks like a group of rock stars who are ready to take the hardest mission I've played yet. My apologies to those of you who just started to see what this game is like, but you're probably going to see me get my ass kicked. So, getting negative IFF code. We've got hostiles in range. Engage at will. Reinforcements should be coming soon. So, turn 3, the next wave arrives. We currently have 4 defenses. There is a tank with a standard cannon, and we're looking with a marksman rifle and a medium handgun. So marksman rifles range 60 to 81, and then I'm assuming the medium handguns, much like all of the other goodies that I have. Now, again, we're in the middle of a city, so this is good news for me as far as protection's concerned. I don't need to worry about too much damage on my guys as long as I've got buildings to run around. But we have them at a numerical disadvantage, and really what I want to be doing in this first turn, if I can, is setting myself up to take these guys out before the reinforcements arrive. However, it is also worth considering that I would like, if I can, I would like to be able to take as much scrap as I can. So first thing I'm going to do is take a look and see who is attacking my units. So the tank is attacking this guy through a wall. So as long as I make sure I have enough buildings between the two, I should be safe. And then the marksman's going after my heavy shotgun and shield. So this is kind of I like to think of this one as my commander unit. So I've got my first idea what I want to do here, so I'm just going to get myself behind the building. Okay, I want to be a little careful of this, but I have an idea about what I want to do here. Okay, so once the tank peeks around the corner, I don't really like the look of that, so I am going to wait. I'm going to wait a little while behind cover. I'm going to move out. I'm exposed for a little longer than I would like to be here, but... And it kind of looks like I shoot through a wall. Okay, well, let's see how well it works. At that point, I gotta... You know what? Actually, I think I can work with that. So anytime it tries to shoot me, it's shooting through a building. Okay, so that's the first person whose target of attacks dealt with. Now, I might be able to be a little sneaky here. I set myself up behind some walls, and again, I wait. And then what I'm hoping I can do is I move close enough here, and the hope is that I'm going to be able to ping them on the back. Now, they are going to be focusing on hitting this guy over here, so the likelihood of this being like a true shot to the back is maybe a little optimistic. You know what? I don't need to cancel that. I think I just need to add a little more distance. I'm playing with fire doing this, but... You know what? I know it's not optimal range, but I like the idea of getting something to show for my effort. And you know what? While I'm at it, no, I wind up. Okay, so if I just go for 2 rounds of that, they're low quality shots, but they're a chance to damage a unit early. Okay, so that's 2 units taken care of, and those are the people who are in danger. So as far as I'm concerned, that's taken care of. Now, this is my heavy machine gun unit. What I effectively want to do is have this guy set up and just let her rip. So that's a little too close. Okay, so we'll start the attack here. I'm just going to have to adjust the movement a little bit. So again, just wait just a hair. And then the rest of this movement really should be about getting as close into the action as possible. Although again, this is a slow mover. So really the wait is just so that I can open up with the machine gun for as long as possible. If you guys have any questions about the game, by the way, do feel free to ask them. I love sharing games like this. So now the one thing that isn't quite working for me here is that I am potentially opening myself up to friendly fire or potentially crashing into my guys. So I'm just going to get a dash out of the way so that I can so I can get that I can sort of have that I can have that on cooldown as early as possible. But what I also want to do is... am I too close? If I do the secondary... I can see this working. But I walk straight into the line of fire. So ideally, I don't own my own guy. Well, you know what? That was really an attack of opportunity. So let's say I 86 that for now. I'll try and come up with something more creative for them to do. Back to this. Nope, not that unit. I don't know. It's not the most exciting move that I could make, but I feel that it... what this does let me do... as long as I'm not shooting through a mountain. Yep, no, that works perfectly. So I'm shooting him from the high ground. Again, it's not a perfect shot from behind. So as far as positioning is concerned, right? We got 2 guys on the right, 2 guys on the left. This unit has a dash behind cover if this unit wants to turn around and cause problems. This guy can move over here. This one probably doesn't have as many escape options except putting up the shield. But again, he's designed to take hits. I guess maybe this guy might be in a little bit of a pickle depending on how the turn turns out. But you've all been patient enough for me to work with it. I'm hoping we don't take any damage. I guess there's a possibility that we might get a little tickled. Oh, hang on. Sorry, there was one more thing I wanted to do. I want to see if there was a better option for... All right, so I just kind of stood... there with this guy. And I feel like I might have some better... I feel like I should be able to do something more interesting. Okay, so like if I dash, what does that wind up giving me? So I kind of got... So yeah, there's a little bit of a problem with this in the sense that I got two guys stacked on top of each other with the same defensive maneuver. So it feels really... I feel kind of gross doing this. I hate the idea of walking... Oh no, he's going to get hit. Okay. All right, I may not like it, but this is actually the best I can... This is the best I can hope for. And if I... So any attack that I try to do, I'm ultimately going to wind up hitting my guy in the back. So I'm just going to stand in place, and we'll figure out what to do next round. Okay, so we didn't take anything out. Did anybody take damage? It looked like a possibility, but doesn't seem like we did. Okay, so it looks like there's 2 attacks on each of our enemies. So let's just see who they're targeting. Okay, so the tank's going after my shield bearer, and the marksman suddenly doesn't like this guy. That is pretty good news for me, actually, because first thing I get to do is I get to move this guy up. Now again, he's a slow mover, but I believe he kind of gets to walk up and just open up for the entire duration of the... Nope, because he... Oh no, that's the hill, so we can still work with that. Now I do need to come up with a good answer for how I'm going to handle the tank. So if I move my guy over here... Again, we were talking about how... nope, that's... Okay, good. So I'll stay in place until the attack is done. Now, I have a small worry that when the time comes, he's just going to be peeking over the edge of that. But I think that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. And then basically I just need to hide from the marksman. Okay, I wonder if there's more I can do with the behemoth. Not really, because that thing generates so much heat. So I think the next best thing, again, we'll wait on the full duration of the attack, and then I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to start moving him aggressively into the environment. Okay, so that's 2 mechs planned for. Again, this guy is really just about mitigating the damage. There isn't a whole lot on its own that I want this guy to do. Now, what I might consider would be using this unit to attack the sniper. This actually isn't what I want to do right now, though, because if they're going to be shooting here, they're going to be aiming forward, and again, I get the tasty scrap if I hit them in the back more often. So what I'd like to do is use this unit, if I can, to clear out that tank. Now, I do have a small difficulty in terms of getting in range, but I do also have jetpacks. So maybe I walk over the hill, and I give this thing, give it some juice. See, this game is in early access. What do they have left to flesh out, or just more polishing system? Good question, Skidlocked. So the game has a roadmap. So tell you what, at the end of the stream, I'll show you the roadmap. This thing just came out, so visually it's very good. Apparently there's a new melee combat system that's going to be added. They plan on adding replays, which is probably the one feature I'm looking for the most. Damn it. So I'm going to smack into my own guy if I do that. So let's maybe get a little more distance over here. so far as I can tell, there's a lot of game that still needs to be made here. Not in the sense that this is not enjoyable to play. This game is amazingly enjoyable to play. But like I don't think you could have an earlier introduction to this game right now. I think anything goes, really. Sorry to be mercenary, but if you are thinking of picking this up, I do have an Epic affiliate link. So if you are thinking of buying it, you can use that link, or you can put the creator code SystemChalk in. Obviously, please do your homework. It's an early access game, right? So early access games will have a set of expectations, or people have different ideas about what the state of a game should be at certain stages of their lifetime. So maybe bear that in mind. But again, I'm not kidding when I say that this thing feels like it was made for me. I really love this game. So what I'm trying to work out here, actually, let me, I wonder if I have a browser window open, so we could say, Phantom Brigade roadmap. Brilliant. Yeah, so again, it's very much its own game, but you have the perfect information of Into the Breach. And in fact, it doesn't have the probabilities of whether or not the damage occurs, like Into the Breach, I think. You've got the very meticulous planning of Frozen Synapse, which if you haven't played it, it's a really wonderful take on Laser Squad. And on top of that, I think I'm just going to put a precautionary shield up. I may not fully commit to that, but what I'm trying to figure out here is the best way to smack this guy in the back of the head. So you've, and then of course you've got XCOM, because it's impossible to talk about tactics games without referencing XCOM. But that blog that I just gave you there at the end is the roadmap, which I believe is also present in the game. So that should give you an idea of what they're planning. I'm pretty sure I'm going to wind up hit. Okay. So you know what? Maybe I should just accept. Okay, if I just accept what's about to come to me, and I do a dash, and while this guy is shooting at my friend, I hit him in the back with a shotgun. Okay, what makes that even more tasty is I drop this shield. Okay, so put up my shield while he's shooting at me, potentially through a mountain. Blast this guy with the shotgun. And it's possible that I avoid the damage. Again, I'll put up my shield just as a precaution. So I'll wait the duration of the attack, because I'm not sure I can improve things with my position. Well, I mean, I could stand to put a little more distance between me and him, but there's a possibility we collide, though. Nope. Okay, yeah, so, I mean, it's possible that I take some of that cannon fire on my shield, but basically I'm able to get a shot in the back on this unit. We got a couple people who are firing at the tank, and so far as I can tell, nobody gets caught in the crossfire. The mechs have battery life or tethers of some sort limit to movement. Well, your movement is basically in 5-second intervals, and depending on your mech's weight, you pretty intuitively will move faster or slower. I'm actually taking advantage of some dashing features this round. But heat is the other thing that will put some limits on your abilities. Okay. Yeah, let's watch the magic happen from here. Oh my god, that was amazing. They didn't even touch us. Dropping in, Commander. Command is getting impatient. Let's get this over and done with. So 5 new combatants in the field, apparently. Let's see. Does the timeline tell me where they show? Ooh, we're surrounded! Okay, well, this gives me an opportunity to think about how I want to prep for the next turn. So there's 2 ways for me to think about this, right? I can say, okay, well, they're close into the area, so what we're going to do is we're just going to set up and catch them in a crossfire. But the thing is that we don't get there's no insta kills in this game. It might actually be desirable for us to go into the city so that we can take advantage of the cover again. This is a pretty good mission for us so far. Given the fact that fairly decent scrap. It's left arm that we took out, so we probably didn't take out a major weapon. It seems to me that the best thing that I can do this turn is get my people in some cover, because when I get people into cover, we're basically gonna have some more options in terms of how we defend ourselves on the follow-up mission. Which is on Steam already? It just came out last week. Yeah, I mean, I think this is just, I'm gonna have to just accept this happens every time I stream something from it. I'm very happy both as a user and as an affiliate with the Epic system. I can tell you for sure that video game companies that everybody think are like the best video game companies who can do nothing wrong, those are the people who've actually not paid me what I'm owed on affiliate programs. And I mean, like, I'm a very small broadcaster, so it's not like we're talking very large amounts of money. But I mean, you know, people have their preferences for platforms. It's also not my job to tell people what they should be working with. So what I can say is, with Industries of Titan, I noticed that there is a Steam release date. So in 2021, we know that's going to be coming to Steam. And then for Phantom Brigade, it does have to be determined. And so my guess is that probably the early access, I'm pretty sure that Epic's going to have them for the early access period. But if, you know, this is the thing about early access, right? If participating in the development of the game isn't the sort of thing that gets you excited about playing a game, then you just get a chance to to pick it up a little bit later and sort of enjoy the fruits of our labors in this early period. So on the Reddit now, it looks like they've been sharing development for sharing development. Oh, like in terms of intermediate steps. I didn't realize it was going on that long. Okay, I'm a little uncertain. Actually, you know what? I can just jet. Okay, so no collisions. So again, this is a little passive, and I think there's going to be some consequences for this, because this is actually a pretty... So as far as a crossfire is concerned, this is a pretty decent place for them to have me, right? I've got this for protection, but their their avenues to attack me on this side are actually pretty decent. The one small advantage that I have is that most of the units that are in the dangerous spots are also very mobile. And so what I'm going to try and do is reply to what they're doing rather than trying to sort of have some optimal, like, we've surrounded these guys and we're going to take them out sort of approach. What I'm going to do is I'm going to play a little bit more reactively. So, but yeah, let's. There's not a whole lot to do on this turn other than just move around, which we've already done. So we'll commit, and we'll see what happens next turn. Also, we'll get an idea about what kind of weapons we're up against. Okay, so this guy is heavy shotgun and a medium handgun. That's not too bad, actually. So as far as this guy is concerned, I either just beat him up or I hide. He's got to get in close, which also gives me a little bit of an advantage. Also, it looks like he doesn't have a shield, so really we just get to go to town on him. The tanks. Okay, so they're sitting on autocannons, which are short range. That one's sitting on an autocannon, so that's a short range weapon. These are long range weapons, so one short range, one long range, and this guy is sitting with a heavy machine gun and a handgun, and again, no shield. So basically, I'm looking, again, depending on the circumstances. For some people, I'm looking for maneuver. For other people, I'm looking to just throw up my shield and say, ha-ha. The Behemoth is going to be the one that I think has the hardest time. But let's start with Foxtrot. So Foxtrot's being targeted by the long-range cannon. He's also going to be targeted by the machine gun. So one thing I was tempted to do was do a dash. The problem with that is he dashes right into the the attack. So we're gonna stay put. That complicates things, actually. Okay, so an extended wait while he does the machine gun thing. Now I'm wondering if I can get a little movement so that the tank... Okay, I'm really hoping that tank is going to have the difficulty I think it will. Unfortunately, this targeting circle is not the most helpful. But yeah, right now I just want to try and get some. I want to try and get some chip damage in, even if I wind up. Even if I wind up shooting the wall for a certain period of time. It's kind of better than nothing. And unfortunately, I think... Oh, hang on. Let's see... Does anybody come into range while I'm waiting? Not really. The only other thing I could think of is that maybe I don't want to reply on this guy. Maybe I just want to turn around and take out this tank while it comes moving in. That is a viable option. I'm gonna wait a while on that. So, who wants to take out the Behemoth? So it's a crossfire of the tanks. This one is the least threatening because it's got an autocannon, which is a short-range weapon. This is the most threatening for the exact same reason. It's got an autocannon and it knows how to use it. So I may be setting myself up for disaster. Okay, so I think there's one problem I have with this, which is if I jet back, and then if I think if I use the heavy machine gun right away, I overheat, yeah. And I also smash into my ally. So while that would have been a very daring escape, I could not have chosen a worse possible approach with this guy. Okay, so Tango. Does anybody target Tango this round? No. And that sort of sucks, actually. So all my dashes are... Like, the fact that I put these two guys here really hurt me. Actually, you know what? Here's an interesting idea. Okay, so if I dash like this... No, that's... Yeah. Yeah, so they're going to have 2 rounds of shooting at me like that. Okay. So... So immediately following that dash, I do what? That shotgun is not nearly as exciting as I thought it would be. Yeah, everybody is just in the spot where I really don't want them to be right now. So kudos on the AI. They really boned me. So yeah, running straight into the oh, here's an interesting possibility. So if I run him up like this, okay, so that deals with most of the problems except when he arrives over here. That is very interesting. Okay, so if I move this guy back here instead, they're still shooting. Perfect. I know exactly how I'm going to play this now. So I think if I dash him, this is definitely a risky play. Okay, so with near certainty, that attack is... I know it doesn't have a direct line, but I'm almost certain that they're going to be shooting through that. So we'll wait a little while. I'd be astonished if that doesn't produce a collision. Sweet, and we get behind the building just in time. I think I probably overheat if I try for... Oh yeah, do I ever overheat? Okay. So this is going to create an interesting... This is going to make for an interesting follow-up turn. But there are definitely some really interesting possibilities that just opened here. So I still need an answer to... So basically, let's take a look. Let's take stock about what's actually happened here. I've only got one shot off on this tank, and of course it's at the front of the tank, which is the, you know, that's the pretty well guarded part. So again, if I say maybe I just want to dash forward, what happens? I crash into my own guy. So what if I want to walk there? Oh, that's beautiful. But then I shoot my own guy in the back. Okay, so instead, I walk my guy forward. So I kind of got to keep moving. Oh, but then I smack into the... So I don't think I have the... Yeah, I don't have the heat to... Well, that'll work. Well, it's a bold move, but... Okay, so I walk through, fire the shotgun, still keep moving back, fire the shotgun again at a slightly better range. And I might clip my own guy, but that is a risk I'm willing to take. Okay, if this works, this is going to be really cool to watch. So this guy is currently being targeted by the marksman. The marksman takes exactly one shot. So with that in mind, let's move into position. Now, I was mentioning there's a challenge in the fact that there's only one attack that happens on that unit. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to wait until they turn the corner. Now, my preference, of course, would be that I attack them sooner, but I think it's better to do the real damage than sort of hope for perfection. There may be one slightly better approach here. So if I move forward like that, okay, I smash into each other. So again, I'm really threading the needle. What I would prefer to do if I could is damn. Yeah, so the thing I'd prefer to do would be let her rip on this guy. Well, oh, am I actually going to be able to? Oh God. So I may be hitting my guy in the back doing this. I will feel bad if I do. But that's just such a cool way of handling it that I think I'm willing to take the risk. Okay, so because I am a greedy guts, let's see if I can get a third shot off. Not without burning up. What if I went for medium range? Again, I think this... So there is the risk of overheating. Wait, it should tell me how much the heat is, so... Oh, maybe it doesn't. Okay, so I fire this thing, it goes up by 70. Fire this thing, it goes up by 70. Fire this, it goes up by 48. Okay, so for the sake of argument, I'll add like just a ridiculously high one at the start. I want to work out exactly what's happening here. So okay, so I start taking damage when I'm past 135. I'm also going to build in a little safety for this. Okay, so let's say I'm at 93. Okay, so that puts me past... Getting a little closer than I really want to. Like, so now I'm well and truly into the next turn. But again, I don't want even the slightest chance of me overheating on that. Okay. So this is admittedly a bit of a weird one. But I'm pretty sure we take out that tank before it can damage my guy. I'm also losing track of who's who. Right, okay, yeah. So this guy's still got his full turn ahead of him. So it seems to me what I want to do with this guy is just march him over to the side. In fact, better still, take advantage of the time. be nowhere where the bad guys want to take him out. I got to move this as close. Okay, yeah, I can't do 2 dashes and still attack. So we will march over. Now I see the consequence of putting so much armor on this ridiculous thing. So we start firing our machine gun. Okay, yeah. That's not an option. But what is an option, I can just blast my rockets and walk around the edge. Which will probably make him a pretty obvious target for these guys. But, well, I have a shield, so... Sometimes just being a distraction is enough. Okay, so this is going to look wonderful in terms of everyone's movement, but what I'm really looking for is white numbers on my mechs to see where... to see where whether or not I hit any friendly fire or whether or not all this evasion worked. Okay, one of my guys did get tagged. That thing's dead. That thing's dead. Okay, you know what? 4 damage on Foxtrot? I'll take that. So this was great. So we got 2 tanks down. Still potential as far as getting some scrap on our adversaries are concerned. So let's see what's happening with the tank and the mech first. Tank's firing a long bomb, and looks like the enemy mech wants a piece of the behemoth. So I shall deny them. Okay, so dash around the corner. I'm behind the building when they start firing. Bob's your uncle. In fact, what I think's going to be fun... So we'll wait the duration. Actually, no reason to wait the duration. I can put my shield up in anticipation of the attack. But then what's going to be fun is I move back a little bit. And at the very end of the turn, I just open fire in this general direction. Oh, do I really have to target a... Okay, there's no advantage to... So what I was originally thinking was, okay, well, I'll just lay down covering fire over here. If he decides to walk through this area, well, too bad, dude. Like, you're gonna take some damage. That was the plan, at least. But if I'm gonna start if I'm gonna start the attack and I'm gonna be focusing on that guy at the start of the turn, then I can do so at the beginning of next turn and not have to worry about any kind of consequences. I'll know exactly what their behavior is. So I've got a tank. Now, what's curious about this tank is that it seems to be attacking me through the wall each time. What is preferable for me... So I'd like to just kind of stand... So again, in a perfect world, I'd be getting shots from behind on these guys, but you know, it's nice to... It's nice not to have to worry about like every... It's nice to just be able to know that I can take out the bad guys. So I think I'm going to do here. Again, it's not an ideal shot, but it's a shot I can take right now. So we'll start with the... Oh. Okay, actually, I am okay waiting then if it means that I'm currently... If I'm in danger of overheating. So we will wait for the bad guy to... Well, let's not get ridiculous. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll structure the turn around at least one, like... I'll structure the turn around at least one attack sort of in the optimal zone. And then what I'll do is I'll put down a secondary attack. But I'm going to separate it. Okay, I can't go into the future. Am I really going to... I don't think I'm going to be able to get away with a third one. Yeah, just a little toasty. Ooh, threading the needle there. Okay, so clearly the first one is inappropriate. It's a little... Okay. So I suppose it doesn't really matter when I generate it. But I do... So here's the thing, right? This thing finishes attacking when he's in the same position. So what I want to do here is I want to actually knock this back as far into the timeline as I can without overheating. So that basically as time goes by, I raise the heat, lower the heat, raise the heat again. I just get a little bit of time to give myself some breathing room. But I don't want to do anything else with this guy because they're in cover. So that's 2 units that have done their moves, although I feel really bad that I'm not able to... So if I just march forward... Yeah, you know what? Time for subtlety has passed. It's marginal, but I think he'll make it. I mean, again, we've got 2 guys who've taken damage anyway, so it's not like... It's not perfection. Okay. I'm gonna... If I can dash while avoiding collisions, I don't think I can do the full distance while dashing. So the reason I want to do this is I want to get behind this guy as he is targeting my... while he's targeting Tango. What's key to me right now is that as far as I'm concerned, Tango is guaranteed to be going into the repair shop. So this means that I can just toss my shield up. I maybe... here's an interesting question. So if I could try and dash... So if I do that, I burn up. Okay. I throw up my shield. There's clearly only one thing that I'm going to be doing. Now, again, I get to manipulate the enemy behavior a little bit. Oh, it's probably because I'm overheating. That's why I took the damage. So the enemy movement here, they're going in a little bit of a circle. I've got a unit now on this side of the map. And their ideal range... Oh, God, I keep forgetting. They have an enormous arc. Again, I also got to be careful that I'm focusing on where they're going to be, not where they are. Okay, that's perfect. So I'm going to sit on the hill. I'm going to blast away at their backside. So my job now is to make sure that that back is exposed to the unit that's going to be doing the most damage for as long as possible. I suppose it would be nice if I could try and do something to protect myself, too. So let's see. We toss the shield up. Oh, that's really interesting. So the duration of their attack... Yeah, so let's make sure that that shield's up for the... Right, they're a machine gunner, aren't they? No, that's shotgun. Okay. Well, I mean, there's nothing that stops me from throwing the shield up twice. And I suppose for lack of any other entertainments, I can just throw it right back at him. All right, not the most exciting turn to take, but again, the aim of this is just to make sure that I can let her rip with my... Okay, actually. As long as I am able to... I really wish I could see that ring a little bit better. Damn. This guy runs hot. Let's take a look at the damage. 285 in a full volley versus 157. There's no contest. Although, so let's say I walk there. I can definitely make that in time. So if I don't have to worry about the heat of, if I don't need to worry about the heat of my dash, and I'm instead focusing on how I can maximize the damage to this guy's backside. I'm pretty sure, yeah, I cook my pilot. So I think there's a reasonable argument here for me to start moving back. Oop. And that's just because, so basically I'm going to start walking back for the simple reason that I could normally escape retaliation by doing a dash, but because I'm doing both weapons into the back, I know I'm going to be really hot. And so if I start walking back here, this makes it less desirable for this tank to hit the guy in the back. This tank has been untouched so far, and it does have a cannon, so it works better at long range. So essentially here, again, I'm accepting the fact that a couple of my units are already taking damage, or have already taken damage. You know, it's cost of doing business. But overall, we're looking in pretty good shape as far as the status of our units are concerned. So I'm a little interested in terms of seeing the sort of damage that this guy's going to take on the basis of some shotgun blasts, but I'm even more interested in seeing how much this unit gets hurt. So we'll execute, watch the magic happen. Okay, so that guy is pretty much done. That was very fun to watch. Okay, so who hates who? Looks like they're still going after the payment. Man, I don't know what that guy said to piss him off, but so here's an interesting possibility. Let's make sure that I'm okay. I'm gonna look on from on high. Gotta make sure the angles work on this, but okay, so that works out. What I want to do now is see if I can somehow get an angle on this tank. Like, it's a super low chance of working. Okay, so if I throw this thing to the end, and conveniently enough, okay. So again, no point in risking myself unnecessarily. So let's say I move up like that. Too close. All right, that's as close as I can get to the building. Yeah, looks like I gotta stay put. Anything else is too close for comfort. So here's what I'll do instead. We wait out the attack. Well, you know what? I could probably wait it out here and then start moving forward. Yeah, so might be a little light damage. But what I'm most interested in now is, can I let her rip with the machine gun? I can, but it will be an extremely low probability of success, and what do I really think I'm accomplishing with that? So, I take a different approach. I move back. I say, now it's my turn. And we have some fun that way. Okay, Behemoth has been sufficiently motivated. I definitely need to cool things down on Kilo. Sorry, I'm mixing up the call signs and the... Okay, sadly that turns into a collision. So, I go tank hunting. Okay, so now they're in a tasty zone here. Alright, 2 sets of sort of full effective shots. Nobody's threatening them. That's probably one of the most obvious turns that I could have taken. So, good news on that front. So I am overheating. Okay, so I'm really mad about this one because there's really no reason I should be overheating on that. That shotgun, if anything, that shotgun blast basically cost me scrap. But I don't know. You can't fully predict this sort of stuff. So yeah, I think I need to walk myself back into the fray. Sometimes the turns just aren't very exciting. I could, of course, try and make a move on the tank. The thing is that I have to close so much distance from that tank, and I've got other units that are just better positioned to be able to take care of it. That I'd just rather direct my attention elsewhere. So position 0. This is the guy the tank hates. I believe. Yeah. So. Excuse me. Okay, so here's what I was talking about before. Hey, this is easy, right? I just escape by shooting. Nope. If I do that, I burn up. So it's like, okay, well, what if you move your dash elsewhere? Sorry, guys, I was completely ignoring chat. You've always been interested in games like these, just not really a fan of turn-based combat. There's so many good games you're missing because of that. You know, that's really interesting you say that, Corrosive 8. I mean, I used to be like, how can you not do that? What a silly, an arbitrary reason not to play a wonderful game. But then I think about how I react to battle royales. So it's good luck. There's the modding support. Obviously, that'll be something that's more fully developed later on, but I believe you will be able to do this. I'm pretty sure Brace Yourself will never be able to do this if they would like to keep their money. But yeah, I kind of think about the way I react to Battle Royale. So I love Titanfall 2. I have a friend who works on Apex Legends, but I haven't really given Apex Legends a shot because I just kind of... the Battle Royale genre hasn't quite spoken to me. I really should give it a try at some point. But the thing is that I think there's 2 angles that you can take on turn-based strategy. I probably fall in sort of, for lack of a better term, the belief that most of the... So pretty much through history, most of the games that we have played have tended to be turn-based ones, and specifically the ones that have the more formalized rule systems. Obviously, real-time games are also ancient. Like a game of soccer is not turn-based. But I think for things that are maybe sort of studied and developed, kind of we've been in a turn-based mentality, and so to a certain extent, I think that turn-based games sort of benefit from that heritage, but it's not the only dimension. And in fact, the thing that makes computer games so interesting and unique is in fact the real-time aspect. SimCity was the inspiration for Civilization. Civilization was originally real-time before they found that turn-based would work out. So I think one of the things, not really getting into turn-based stuff is actually probably the easiest preference for me to understand, simply because you're basically wanting the computer to take advantage of the things that computers do best. But in the case of something like Phantom Brigade, it really, I just think the cinematic dimension to it, and the fact that, again, you're able to have perfect knowledge of what's going to happen next. Not that can't happen. Like there's bots for things like GMT games and that, but then there's also sort of the random elements of drawing cards and so on and so forth. I just think it's a shame. I mean, I'd love for one day you to sort of find something that really speaks to you, and and sort of be able to try out strategy and love it as much as I do. But yeah, oddly enough, like, I guess once I got past my glasses getting all steamed up and just furious with people for not loving my sacred genre, it's actually probably the most it's probably the one that I have the most sympathy for, if I'm completely honest. So all right, so I think I'm just going to stand and deliver on this one. It'd be nice if I can get the scrap, but I just don't think it's credible for my heavy mech to sneak around this guy. We've obviously got this one focusing on the tank. Same here, you've been trying for years, just can't pull the trigger. Yeah, well, I mean, I'll give you a call when when I finally find Battle Royale that I like. It'll probably be Apex Legends. Like Respawn just seem to be geniuses. I don't think there's such a thing as a bad Respawn game. But this is the wonderful thing about gaming, right? We're spoiled for choice. It's like movies. I'm probably never going to see every Orson Welles movie that was ever made. But that doesn't stop me from enjoying some of the other stuff that really works for me. So that's all you write. You're a fan of Battle Royale? Okay, so actually here's a question for you. I want to do some homework because I want to become a more well-rounded streamer. I'm not going to say I'm going to stream a Battle Royale. In your opinion, what is the best one? And if you'd like to make the distinction, what is the best one and which is your favorite to play? Because I can appreciate that those are two different things. Oh, you know what? This shot may be unnecessary, seeing as it says that they're inactive. This guy almost certainly is staying active. Obviously, I do not expect the reverse, where I'll recommend a strategy game to you, but I have the advantage of Battle Royales are for the most part free. So, okay, I've filibustered enough on this turn. We can ignore this side of the map because it's just movement. I really want to see how this turns out. I may have some friendly fire with the machine gun, but I think we'll be safe. Oh, that guy isn't done yet. So why is he listed as inactive? Okay, he's going to eject, so nothing for me to fear there. So he's just going to step forward and bug out. The tank... Oh, cool. Yeah, it's all over. We won. That wasn't as hard as that. That wasn't as hard as that patrol mission we wound up against. Okay, 35 seconds, 114 damage taken, 2,975 inflicted, 107 actions planned, 1.1 kilometers traveled, 4 units destroyed, 169 supplies, and a partridge in a pear tree. Okay, so we found unit 386, a medium handgun. Oh, great, marksman rifle. So I might wind up... So the behemoth might actually wind up transformed from a machine gunner to a marksman. Because mobility may not be as important if I can just get a nice open shot on the enemy. We'll see. Nox H, Nox M, and hollowed plating and a basic reactor for subsystems. 388's destroyed. 390, so we got a medium handgun, the same Hurricane that we're already working with, an Elbis medium, and a Nox M. I kind of wish it would tell me what body part that is. So we got away with an improved gyro and a capacitor. Scrap that. More body parts. Cool. I actually really enjoyed that mission. So I think it's mostly upgrades for my weapons. So let's salvage. Freedom! You have successfully liberated this province and the people rejoice. The relief is palpable. One of your pilots wands over to you as you watch the people dance in the streets. I know there's a lot more to do, she says, but shouldn't we celebrate the small victories? She and some other pilots would like to celebrate with the people. So we can celebrate, give my pilots the night off and some booze to blow off steam. 6 hours, 200 supply, but we recover 100 fatigue. Can't spare the entire night off, but a few hours will suffice. We lose 3 hours and 50 fatigue, or leave, you have too much work ahead of you to dally. So I would say, I got an answer from Corrosive here. Call of Duty Warzone is probably the best there's been. Good gunplay, fast movement. I loved H1Z1. That's funny, actually. So somebody gave me Just Survive, but that's obviously very different. PUBG was great, but slow movement. Liked Apex, but killing was slower than you liked. Okay, neat. Yeah, I mean, the reason why I talk about Apex is just I really like Titanfall 2. And I think all of the features of Titanfall that I liked are in there. So just kind of zipping around, sliding. It actually sounds quite a bit like what you like about Call of Duty Warzone. I actually uninstalled my Blizzard launcher. I think the time has passed when I said... The thing is, I never say forever on things. Like for a while, I wasn't going to do anything with GOG for a while, and then then the opportunity came by, and I got to do something cool. I got to do Baldur's Gate 3. I'll do Baldur's Gate 3 again. So I always think it's important to be clear in terms of how long I'm gonna do something. So I believe my vigil has ended. So I can give that a shot. Warzone's really heavy in terms of file size, though, right? So I don't know. It gives me something to think about. I think Johnny Big Time also plays a lot of Warzone, and I'll admit I don't like people, so something that doesn't force me to be in 200 gigabytes. What do they think they are? Destiny 2? But Destiny 2 lightened the load. I know why, though. Apparently they don't compress the audio, because the idea is that hard drive space is if you don't have compressed audio, then you can free up those resources to do more impressive visual rendering. I mean, let's face it, Call of Duty is... So I've had issues with the way Call of Duty's looked in the past. Warzone is a very handsome looking game, so I gotta give him credit. Okay, interesting. No promises, but I don't know. But I figure before the end of the year, I'll give Battle Royale a shot. All right, so the thing is, I'm not really building towards anything as far as my supply is concerned. And I think getting my pilots in perfect shape, I figure now is not a bad time for me to invest a little bit in my people. So let's do celebration. I'll pause it up. So I am slightly curious who needs to get repaired. Holy crap! Look at that. Only the lance, the one that specifically took the damage on the shield by design. What a mission! Oh god, I'm really happy with how that turned out. We're down to 57 supplies. That's maybe not so good, but I don't think I could have asked for I don't think I could have asked for a better mission. That was a lot of fun. Thank you guys for sharing this with me. We are done with our time together. I'm actually I'm almost 2 hours over. I have to be up early tomorrow for work, but oh god, this game is so okay, as long as you like strategy games, this, I'm not going to say whether or not you can like it. Only you're going to be able to decide that for yourself. I am, again, very, very, very grateful that Brace Yourself gave me a key to promote this. I have a lot of stuff in my backlog, and I have a lot of stuff that I want to stream, and so it is entirely possible that I would have waited to try this after release, and I would have been missing out a lot. So, and again, we were talking about this a little bit earlier. If you're interested in game development, either as someone who wants to be a practitioner or somebody who's just interested in a little bit of how games get made, do check out their Discord. You know, there's a lot of discussion in terms of what shape Industries of Titan and Phantom Brigade are going to take. But there is also the Clark Tank discussions, and there are, you know, there's a few people. So I noticed Simon Careless, Lars Doucette. Lars Doucette is the person who did a lot of work for Steam for tags. There's some people who are sort of the people who talk about data stuff. And then, of course, Ryan Clark with the Clark Tank. But more importantly, he's done... Actually, yeah, this is one thing I want to say. Ryan's talks have always been very interesting. But what I think is really interesting about the Clark Tank deep dives, the 2 YouTube videos that were most recently put on the Brace Yourself website, it feels like he has put some specific effort into polishing his presentations, and it really shows. Again, that's not to say that the ones before were not necessarily very good. They were very good. But it feels like there was a concentrated effort in making them as accessible and as digestible and sort of, you know, maximizing the amount of information transferred for the smallest period of time. I actually really liked the 2 videos that they did. So in addition to the fact that they make really good games, I feel like they are a really interesting resource for people like me that kind of wants to know a little bit more about how these things get made. And perhaps some of you may have ambitions to make games like Brace Yourself does. So if you haven't checked that... Actually, what am I doing? How about I give you a link to the YouTube, and that way you don't have to guess for yourself. Clark Tank Deep Dive. How to make video game hooks. So this is the older of the 2 videos, but if you go to the Brace Yourself Games channel, that's where you can see all the videos that they've done. And obviously they have stuff on Phantom Brigade too, because I know some of you are not here to hear about game design talk. Some of you are here to find out about Phantom Brigade. And so to depart on that delightful note, next up is Quality of Life update, player requested QOL improvements, supply economy and workshop options, new combat environments, UI UX improvements. In the new year, we will be getting diverse combat scenarios, new narrative events, new combat environments, and campaign map improvements. And February seems to be a really exciting update. Melee combat, missile weapons, artillery weapons, which I suspect are going to basically invalidate my current strategy of hiding behind concrete barriers, and additional enemy types. So for those of you who are asking how much there is to go on Phantom Brigade, ask me after February, because I have a feeling that this is going to be a very, very different game after that gets implemented. You like game design talk though? Please check out that so the first video that I linked is the first of 2 talks. It's really important to remember, this is not the only way that you can make games. It is the way that Brace Yourself Games makes games. So if you want to know how they decided to make Crypt of the Necrodancer and Phantom Brigade and Industries of Titan, that is essentially the kind of thinking that has gone into these sorts of things. Anyways, guys, I am sort of wearing out my welcome, so let me just... I ask for your forbearance just while I find someone to host. I had a really, really wonderful time doing this, and I hope you did too. I'm assuming the people who did not have a good time are probably not around for me to to apologize to. But there is a reason why I was really looking forward to doing this game. I have an even greater dilemma, I think, on Friday. So I'm probably most inclined towards trying to do more Phantom Brigade. I'd really like to do the follow-up to this little scenario. The other possibility that I'm considering is returning to Industries of Titan. No, hang on. The update for Industries of Titan won't be in. Unless something happens, more Phantom Brigade on Friday. And is anybody playing Phantom Brigade right now? And versus predictable. Okay, last time I hosted this guy, they actually went offline on me. Hang on a second. Sorry, I just want to... I want to find out if this is the right... If this is the same guy I'm thinking of. Okay, here's the deal. This is not a negative recommendation for this streamer. I'll actually tell you what. I'll do. I'm going to do a quick shout out here for you. So, the big problem that I ran into the last time I hosted this channel was it went offline when I went on, and then I think when I checked the last time, the audio wasn't working. So it's one of these ones where I'd like to give a nice big host. I'd like to continue supporting Phantom Brigade. If you have to see Phantom Brigade, please do check out that channel. I've just been burned a couple of times, and I do actually see someone online who is doing a game which is a bit different from Phantom Brigade, but I think is actually really interesting, and that's Night Valian. Night Valian is a Brazilian streamer. I also know that he will be streaming for a while tonight. So he is doing SteamWorld Quest, the Hand of Gilgamesh. I think he's a really nice streamer, really good guy for this kind of flavor of game. And so it's a little more relaxing, and he actually just has one person watching him right now. So again, if you want to support Phantom Brigade, please do check out streamers who are doing it. I have no issues with the person who's hosting on it, who's on there, except for the fact that if I host and the same thing happens like last time, I don't have anybody else to send them off to. So check that first link if you want more Phantom Brigade. I'm going to do the raid command for Night Valian, who is doing another kind of more turn-based card game. Really nice guy, really friendly. I've had a lot of fun watching his streams, and so I feel a little more comfortable hosting them tonight, with, of course, apologies for not sending you off to Phantom Brigade. I need some sleep. Have a wonderful evening. I'll see some of you on Friday, and as for the rest of you, let me get one last toss out. If you are thinking of buying the game, there is a link with the affiliate link or System Chalk and the creator code. It does help me out, sort of covering the cost of running the stream if people do use that sort of stuff. See you next time.